All right, Mr. Mayor, you calling the meeting to order?
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The mayor has called this meeting to order. Mayor Davey.
Here.
Councilmember Laredo.
Here.
Councilmember London.
Here.
Councilmember McCormick.
Here.
Vice Mayor Moss.
Here.
Councilmember Petros.
Here.
And Councilmember Segurola.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, you do have a quorum. Next item is the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Mr. Mayor, the next item is brief comments by council.
All right, thank you. I'll lead off. Hello, everybody. We are heading into 4th of July weekend. Unfortunately, as everybody is aware, the county has ordered the closure of our beaches. The closure begins midnight the morning of July 3rd and runs through the end of July 6th. So the beaches will be closed all weekend. You know, I know it's a disappointment for a lot of people, but I think it was a prudent action by the Mayor Jimenez. So we're going to have to deal with that. The pools will be open. I understand that the Ritz pool will be open for its guests only. Condo pools will be open, but I understand there's some strict restrictions on what should be happening there. You don't have to wear masks in the pool. That was clarified for me this morning. I felt better about that. But you know, we're still on an upward swing on this thing, and I think people have to be ready. We've got the manager has put an executive order here in place. I want to thank her for that because we need people to do it. It's not only common courtesy, but now it's the law. So people should be complying unless they meet a limited number of exemptions. And so people need to be doing this. You know, I think I saw something today that if we actually all wore masks all the time or facial coverings, we'd be able to really take a swipe at this thing and knock it down. But the numbers are creeping up, and I just want to remind everybody to do your job, do your part, and wear a facial covering. So that's it for me. Who's next? Nobody waving? Okay. Let's move on.
All right, Mr. Mayor, the next item is approvals, deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, and withdrawals. And Council Member Segurola did contact me earlier this week, adding an agenda item on the painting of the bike lanes on Crandon Boulevard.
Understood. We'll put that on as, I guess that'll be discussion item. What is that? Discussion item 11A3. Then Vice Mayor Moss.
Yeah, I would like to pull from the consent agenda item 7A.
Okay. Anything else? Councilmember Petros, I saw you raise your hand.
I would like to defer the approval of all of our minutes except for the local planning one that was dated Tuesday, March 19th. As I was going over these, there were quite a few typographical errors and other things that I think we should all take a close look at. And I'd like to ask that all of us by the end of the week give our changes to the clerk so that he can make those changes and submit them for the next meeting.
Okay, so you're asking to defer consent agenda. That's 7A, C, D, E, F, H, and I. Is that correct?
C, D, E, F, yes.
Not
okay.
A.
I'm sorry?
You said
with A, C. Not A.
No,
just
C, D, no, C, D, no, what's 7A? Oh, I'm sorry, 7, no, I apologize. So 7, you're right, 7, C, D, E, F, H, and I. Apologies.
Could we add G to that too, for me?
Fine.
Do them all together. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine.
And then the other thing that I'd like to ask your indulgence on is actually deferring item 10A, which is the final selection of the clerk. And my reasoning for that is a couple things.
Councilmember Laredo, Councilmember Petros has the floor.
No, I thought I was on mute. Sorry.
So one of the reasons is that in our actual, we posted this on April 10th, which was in the middle of COVID, and it ran for a month. In our job application, we actually required that someone have a minimum of a bachelor's degree, which in our top 3, we have a candidate that doesn't have that. So I'd actually like to change the wording of that line to say that it's preferred. And I'd like to, one of the final 3 I have been trying to get a hold of and can't get a return call. So I feel like we would be best served to have another month where we could get some more job applicants and go through this process again.
Can we do this? We've got a number of items. I think I've already heard from one council member who voiced his opposition to deferring that item. So why don't we leave?
And Mayor?
Councilmember Laredo, I just want to be clear. Why don't we do this? Why don't we have a vote on the deferrals of the other items? The vote on the.
I move it.
Okay, I'll second the motion to defer those items.
Can I just clarify, is the minutes on 8A also being deferred?
All minutes.
So all the consent and then the ones on under 8A?
Well, no, 8A is not being deferred. Well, I don't.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
This is just on the items from the past. I think that was the point.
Okay.
So those
I believe that Councilwoman said that she wanted all deferred. I like to have all deferred. We've had a lot of reading to do with the budget.
Okay, so friendly amendment would be to defer 8A as well.
All of them, and we can get them.
7C through I and 8A. Is that correct?
Excuse me. All minutes. I don't know.
Also G, sir. Councilmember McCormick also mentioned G.
Yeah, no. C through I, 7C through I, and 8A. Okay. Motion's been made by Councilmember Laredo. I seconded the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Motion
Okay.
carried.
So now we have the motion made by Councilmember Petros to defer the selection of the statement of the selection of the village clerk for 1 month. Do we have a second for discussion?
Second for discussion.
Okay. I would just say, I think we waited long enough on this, in my opinion. We've gone through the process. We keep putting this off. I don't think it's fair to the applicants. In my mind, I think I'm ready to make a decision. Well, and in fact, I have made a decision. It's my understanding we were supposed to submit our votes before this meeting today. So I've made my decision. If there's any other discussion, let's have it.
I am honestly beyond surprised by this motion. We already have a reputation of not able to decide on anything, including naming a park. This was carefully drafted. The call for the applications, all of us reviewed it. In fact, Katie took a lead on it. Now all of a sudden it's complete. It's not just deferral. This is a complete change of the qualifications and in essence, opening up again. We all have gone through a lot of stuff. We have a lot of stuff on our plate. And all of us did the work we could, reach as many, and I'm prepared to vote. I did vote, and that's it's incumbent on us. That's the only responsibility in the charter we have to decide. We cannot continue to be in this limbo, and it would be a terrible reflection on our integrity and the integrity of the process that we ourselves approve carefully.
Vice Mayor Moss, I saw you raise your hand.
I want to second what Councilmember Laredo said. I am 110% ready and did my vote. I spent many days on this, and we need to be a council of action, and we need to make the decision. We put out the process. We had 10 good candidates. I feel we have 3 very good candidates. I'll be happy to work with any 3 of them. I'm ready to vote. Let's move this forward, and let's move on to other things, and let's get whoever our clerk is going to be in that position to start moving forward now, especially while we're going into an election year. So this is, I think, very important not to defer it.
Councilmember McCormick, I thought you raised your hand, but I'm not sure. No, Councilmember London, I see you.
I concur with Laredo and Fred.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Let's call the vote.
We don't call the vote.
Well, it was
On
a
the
motion.
motion.
Seconded.
I think it's clear that we aren't
So-
doing that. Okay.
Well, we have a motion and a second. We have to vote on it.
All those in
She
favor
can,
of deferring the item 10A?
I am.
I am. Me too.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Motion fails.
All right. Let's go. We're now at public comments.
Mr. Mayor, I have one more order of business issue.
I'm
I'd like-
sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to offer the council in the spirit of time and I provided my manager's report in writing. Typically, it's time certain for 8 o'clock. I can field any questions offline, but I do not need to present those items. So if it is in the council's interest, I can let those reports stand on their own.
Perfect. Thank you. All righty. Next item is public comments.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand in the Zoom application or press star 9 on your phones. Mr. Mayor, so far we have 2 callers. Our first caller is telephone number ending 574.
Okay.
Caller, you will have 3 minutes. Please state your name and your address for the record.
Please also state that you are not, whether you are a hired lobbyist or village employee and if engaged in the lobbying activities and or representing an organization for the record. Go ahead.
Caller. Phone number ending in 574.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I think that's me. This is Jan Dillo, 350 West Heather Drive. First, I want to thank council members and Mr. Mayor for your time and dedication. We live in interesting times and civility is sometimes a casualty of passion, but I think I speak for the community when I say that we know that you are all working hard for the longer term good of the community. Tonight, I want to speak strongly in favor of item 10, which is a referendum on the issuance of general obligation bonds whose proceeds would be used for sea level rise and flood mitigation. I believe that time is of the essence and delaying this process will be costly. I worked for over 25 years as a corporate bond analyst for a number of Wall Street firms, and it is in this context that I am telling you that the Village of Key Biscayne wants to be in the first wave of communities to access the bond market. As more and more communities recognize the cost inherent in sea level rise mitigation, more and more governments will issue debt, and with more supply, the cost to issue will rise. For context, state and local governments depend on the muni market to finance 2/3 of their infrastructure projects. In 2018, Moody's surveyed the 50 largest U.S. cities, and the 28 that responded had 240 climate resilience projects totaling $47 billion. About 60% of that was combating floods. If all of them access the market in the same year, that would represent 36% of the average annual muni market issuance just for climate projects, just for 28 of the 50 largest cities, and that was 2 years ago, and a lot more projects are on the market or on the list now. In my opinion, a tsunami of issuance is coming, and the latecomers will pay a higher price. Secondly, investors have and will respond with pricing demands much sooner than the rating agencies will react. Paul Goldsmith-Pinkham published a peer-reviewed paper last year using a sample of muni bonds issued by school districts in coastal counties versus non-affected communities. He showed that municipal bond markets began pricing in sea level risk exposure following the upward revision of sea level rise projections in the 2013 Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report. That increase was about 2 basis points per year. Another probably more dire IPCC report is due in early 2022. Another researcher, Marcus Painter, found that counties more likely to be affected by climate change pay more in underwriting fees and initial yields to issue long-term munis, particularly for issues with lower debt ratings. We need to come to market with strong ratings, and the rating agencies are increasingly factoring in climate change to the rating analysis. So far, the few climate change-related credit downgrades have come after specific disasters. New Orleans and Port Arthur, Texas experienced credit downgrades after major hurricanes, and Paradise, California was affected after the fire. But Moody's has been especially vocal about its climate change concerns, and they want to be more proactive. The firm has issued numerous papers assessing climate risk, and last summer purchased 427, a climate risk data firm. This means municipal downgrades in the future may be influenced by geography, not just finances. So please, let's do this. Let's do it efficiently, effectively, and at the lowest cost possible. Thank you.
Thank you. That was perfectly 3 minutes. That was impressive. All right, next caller. Thank you, Jan.
All right, Mr. Mayor, the next caller is telephone number ending in 396. Caller, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Stearns Buttrick. I live at 180 Cape Florida Drive. First of all, I would like to thank the council for your service to our community. Last week's budget hearing had over 600 pages of material, and this week you have significantly reduced workload at only 580 pages of material to review. It's an onerous task to serve on the village, and I am deeply grateful for those who put yourself out there to serve us. There are many important issues on the agenda tonight. I have spoken in favor of the bonds on numerous occasions. The need to invest in our infrastructure and resiliency is not in question. The work will need to be done at some point. The question is, are we going to do it now when interest rates are historically low and before our property values have seen severe reductions due to our failure to act? Or are we going to do it in the future when all of these things are unknown? The time is now. Maybe a difficult decision, but it's important one. We need to support the bond. And while I realize that the budget is not on the agenda tonight, I want to mention the budget process, which started over the course of the 2 budget hearings that have been held so far. I was very disappointed that the budget meetings have not been discussing goals and aspirations for the next year. Instead, it seemed to be a very negative conversation that failed to recognize that even in the face of adversity, we as Key Biscayners are very fortunate. We are, I imagine, the envy of most municipalities when you consider our tax base. And even in the face of difficult circumstances, we are not poor, we are not unfortunate. But what I found incredibly distressing was the discussion of the need to cut personnel's benefits, to reduce staff. Everyone else is cutting, why shouldn't we, was a comment that was made. I understand that our government needs to be fiscally responsible, but I do believe that the village staff who serves our community should be treated with respect. I imagine they are completely demoralized and wondering if they're going to have jobs in the next few months as you all go through this budget process. I want our village staff to be happy and to love coming to work in our community. If their benefits are good, if their salaries are good, that is not a bad thing. They serve us. In times of crisis, in times of hurricanes, they're not with their families. The members of our village staff are serving us to keep our community and our property safe. I hope that as a council, we can all have tremendous respect and be proud of our village employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we have another caller with phone number ending in 244. Caller, please state your name and address for the record.
3 minutes.
Yes, this is Alan Fine from 525 Allendale. Thank you. I would note at the beginning, I didn't get the name of the first caller, but that may have been one of the most professional and eloquent public comments I've ever heard. And notwithstanding the fact that I agreed with her, I thought her presentation was outstanding for the reasons why now is the moment to put this question on the ballot. Respectfully, I think the decision on whether or not to have this question, or I believe it's now these questions on the ballot, should be a 7-0 vote. And I hope that in time I'll get to meet with those council members who have some doubts about the wisdom of a bond issue at this time, so we can break bread together and talk about why this is really an existential question that we should all be in favor of. I understand that there was some confusion about my email to all of you earlier today when I expressed some reservations about these two questions being placed on the ballot at the same time. Now it's been explained to me, and I think I understand what the plan is. My understanding is that the amount of the bond that would be going to the ballot would be, the question would be, should the village issue bonds in an amount not exceeding whatever that number is, whether it's 100 million or 120, whatever that number is. My concern was that we might have an ambiguous result where folks voted in favor of the bond, but voted against the definition of debt for the debt cap. As it's been explained to me, the idea would be if that second question failed, then we would issue bonds, and the first one passed, we would issue bonds up to the amount of available under the debt cap, which I believe is about $65 million. I actually believe that through a combination of federal infrastructure help that I do believe is coming, and the Army Corps, and hopefully some work with FP&L, that ultimately we won't need to spend bond money in excess of $65 million. But in case we do, we should certainly get rid of the antiquated debt cap, which no municipality in the state of Florida or anywhere else has anything like this. It is antiquated and respectfully nonsense.
Councilmember, I got to ask you to wrap up. We're heading towards 3.5.
Oh, forgive me, Mr. Mayor. I will, and just complete by saying that there was a question about whether we should wait till 2021, and for the eloquent reasons offered by our first speaker, I think that would be a mistake of cosmic proportions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we have one more caller with the telephone number ending in 661. Caller, you will have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and village staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Matt Sansbury. I'm a managing director in the public finance department at Hilltop Securities. For the record, my business address is 450 South Orange Avenue, Suite 460, Orlando, Florida, 32801. And also for the record, I am neither a lobbyist nor an employee of the village. I'm attending tonight's virtual council meeting along with my colleague, Alex Bugallo, so we may answer any questions that you have for us related to tonight's agenda item 10C regarding selection of the village's financial advisor. As stated in our proposal submitted to the village on April 8th, and again in the memo distributed to the village council members on June 12th, that was included as part of this evening's agenda package, Hilltop Security is one of the largest municipal advisors in the country. We currently maintain approximately 1,800 municipal clients nationwide.
Sir,
and over 60 Florida.
Sir, you're going to be speaking when you, I believe you'll have an opportunity to speak to the resolution. Is that correct, Chad? I don't want to. This is public comments. I mean, is this the appropriate time for this, Chad, or is it better when we're talking about?
So we typically have not opened up public comments on our resolutions. This would be the appropriate time. If you want to reserve and just tell the folks that have applied.
Yeah, I think that's when they'll have their opportunity to speak.
Okay, then that's fine. You can do that.
This is for public comments for with respect. It's nothing against you. I just want to keep this process streamlined, and you will have the chance to present to them when we get to the resolution.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Mayor, that's all the callers.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Hi. Well, this has been an astonishing beginning where people in the public comments selling a product. Okay.
Well, he wasn't aware of our process.
I understand, but he should be aware because he is asking for our business.
And that's why I explained to him.
That to me is, well.
Let's move on. I understand your point.
Mayor, I'm out of order a little bit because when I was so sort of blindsided about that motion, I wanted to ask my colleagues when we were having approval deferral, that we would consider the July 28th meeting, which is now listed as as a workshop, that we would make it a regular council meeting, because we may have to make some decisions, not just on the budget, but others. We are living in extraordinary times, and if we lock ourselves in legally as a workshop, we cannot make any votes that come up in this. Things are changing by the day, so it'll be a lost opportunity. That meeting would be focused as much as possible, almost exclusively on the budget, but not to handcuff us to not make a decision. So I would suggest, or maybe make a motion that we can, convert that July 28th to a special meeting with the one item being the budget, but one where we could decide, because you never know.
I understand what you're saying, and that's a valid point. I was actually thinking we might, I know the manager wanted to move it up a little bit. I'm not available until the week before. Why don't we do this?
In other words, it's just to make it a
table that for
special
now
meeting.
until we get through those things, but certainly I think that's a valid point to discuss when we get to those items, because we're going to need a second reading on that ordinance. I understand your point. It's very valid, but let's cross that bridge, I guess, when we get there.
When is that bridge? What bridge?
Well, we've got
Today?
ordinances that we would have to put on second reading prior to the close of July. I think your point is valid, but let's see if we get there. You're saying we absolutely would have a council meeting regardless of what we decide tonight?
No, I think we have decided that we would have a July 28th
workshop
council meeting that is a workshop. I think the intelligent thing to do, the effective thing to do, is to make a special council meeting. So if some consensus develops or any other emergencies happen, because these are very terrible times, we could just make decisions. If not, we would have to have another meeting, another call, and it seems to me a reasonable way to move forward.
Speaking to our experience last week, I think we're probably going to need an additional meeting if we do, because we have still a half of the budget workshop.
No, I understand that, but why couldn't we have it a special meeting? I'm not understanding.
Well, no, my point to you would be, I agree with you. I think we want to find another date. If maybe the 27th or the 29th, because I think the 28th is going to be chock full on this budget issue. I think we have.
Yeah, but I'm not that this will not increase the agenda. It is simply a legal, and help me counsel, a legal window of opportunity towards effectiveness and maximizing our time and commitment. Like the previous one of the speakers said, 700 pages here, 500 pages here. We have a lot of, so you never know what kind of consensus emerges. Why handcuff ourselves come the 28th and not make a decision? We may, I don't understand. I moved that on the basis strictly.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you're saying just to open it up, make it the budget workshop, but if there are action items we wish to take at that meeting.
Yeah, exactly. And it will be a one item meeting. It'll be on the budget. We're not.
Understood.
Okay.
But
if you call it a workshop, we cannot vote.
Councilmember, or I'm sorry, attorney, village attorney, your thoughts?
I mean, I think Councilmember Loreto is looking for formal action to be taken, so motions can be made. Clearly, it would all be subject to the budget hearings in September, but there's nothing wrong in giving formal action like that. But it won't be actual, finalized until the votes occur in September.
Well, with all due respect, Councilor, you did not hear my proposal. Maybe I'll try again. I was not implying directly or indirectly that we would make a decision on the 28th about the budget. I am very aware of our schedule of budget hearings in September, which, by the way, are not set on stone. They're subject to the school board and Miami-Dade County. I was strictly saying in the eventuality, because tomorrow is the 1st, that we have, because these are extraordinary times, something other than the budget come up, for example, an emergency procurement, I cannot come up with a thing. Why not have the opportunity of doing it on the 28th? Not about budget.
Misunderstood. Misunderstood. Yes. Okay. So just you to just call it. I misunderstood. Okay.
Well, that's I missed the same
call it a special call meeting on the 28th. So if you need to take formal action on something, you can.
That's fine. Okay. Vice Mayor, you were weighing in.
I just want to make sure I understand. So, are we mixing? Are you thinking about mixing the budget workshop with an actual council meeting, or that we should call a special council meeting, have that for like an hour before, and then we go to the workshop as a separate meeting and finish the workshop.
You could do that, but more efficiently would be simply to call it a special meeting with one item, which is the budget. But let's say that the police department, the fire department, between now and then, I'm just making something up because we're off my original intent, that we need to take a legal action to support administration. Why preclude us from not voting on the 28th? Not about the budget. If you call it a workshop, you cannot vote on anything.
Yeah, I just
That's
think
all.
that.
And I have nothing in mind. I'm just saying something
Sure.
can happen in 28 days that requires us to get together. We will have to have another meeting.
Yeah,
That's all
my concern, I guess my concern is that if we're taking action, I would like to know what it is ahead of time, not something that just pops up in the meeting and we have to
Sure.
take an action on.
That would be fine.
So,
That would be fine.
you know, we could do either way, but it might be better that we have a very strict 1 hour. Let's get the action items done and move on.
I'm trying to help people who have vacation times, to be honest with you, but I guess
You're trying to, no, I get what you're trying to do, and I have no issue. Councilmember McCormick?
They well to heaven is paid with good intentions.
Councilmember McCormick.
I have a question that perhaps Chad can answer that I don't know the answer, and it seems like maybe most of us don't. What is the procedure to adding additional meetings to our meeting schedule once it is set? Like, what is my understanding is that when you have a special call meeting, you set it with the agenda, the topic, and it's not just like adding another meeting. And to Councilmember Laredo's point, it is very likely that we're going to need a meeting over the summer. We've been meeting a lot. I think we've needed to. The managers needed us to take action. We have no idea what's happening. Is it not possible to just add meetings, like to change this budget to be a meeting where one of the agenda items happens to be the budget, and then if something else comes, we can add it the way that we usually do?
So in answer to your first question, the meeting schedule, it can be called by 4 members of the council or the mayor can call the special call meeting. As far as what's on the agenda.
Does it have to be a special call, or can we just add meetings to our calendar?
No, you can add meetings by a majority of the council can add meetings.
So then Councilmember Laredo is making a motion to change the budget workshop to be called a regular meeting. And so far, the agenda item we have is the budget. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
That is what I would propose.
And it's possible that if the ordinance that is, the ordinances on tonight's agenda could be placed on that meeting too, if it's the council's will. At least the debt cap one will have to in order to meet the elections department. But the other
I'll second his motion.
So should we call that question?
Anybody else discussion? Call the question.
What's the motion again?
The motion is to establish July 28th as a council meeting with the budget to be right now the only item up for discussion. It's not to be voted on. We're just going to be having essentially a workshop on it, but it is a regular meeting to which we can add items.
Okay, we're only going to take action on items that are previously placed there.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, we'll take a roll call on this one though. Vice Mayor Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Petros? Yes? Sorry. Councilmember Segurola?
Yes.
Mayor Davey?
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo?
Yes.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
And Councilmember McCormick?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, so we're on to special presentations.
Yes, we have a special presentation of the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report by Markham LLP. Madam Manager?
Yes, thank you. All right, great. So we have Mo with us, who was leading the audit for the village on behalf of Markham. I'd like to start by saying thank you to Markham. It's been a pleasure to work with you. The village is fully in support of the recommendations, and we are looking forward to hearing Mo's presentation, and any questions that the staff or that the auditors can answer, we'd be happy to answer for the council members. Thank you. Mo?
Thank you for the introduction, Andrea. My name is Moises Ariza. I go by Mo, and I'll serve as one of the audit partners on the 2019 audit. And today's presentation entails the review of the comprehensive annual financial report. This was provided to you on Friday, June 26th. So I'm going to make reference to certain pages if you'd like to follow along. I'm turning to page 1 of the document, printed page 1 of the document, which is our independent auditor's report. I'm going to go over a couple of the report. This is our independent auditor's report, and the first paragraph titled Reports on Financial Statements makes reference to what we've audited. It makes reference to the fact that we've audited the financial statements of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, as of and for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2019. The second paragraph, titled Management Responsibility for the Financial Statement, makes reference to what management, the village's management department, is responsible for. In essence, the village is responsible for preparing this document and following certain standards. Those are known as US GAAP, also known as the accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. The third paragraph, titled Auditor's Responsibility, makes reference to what we, Marcum, as the external auditor, is responsible for. And we make reference to two sets of standards. We follow United States generally accepted auditing standards, and we also follow government auditing standards. The reason we follow that second threshold of standards is because the Florida Auditor General requires us to follow Yellow Book, also known as government auditing standards. If you do with me to page 2, you'll find our opinions paragraph. Our opinions paragraph is probably the most important paragraph in this document and makes reference to our opinion on a financial statement level in regarding to this document. And we make reference to the financial statements referred to above. It presents fairly non-material respects the financial position of the village as of September 30th, 2019. And this is known as an unmodified opinion or a clean opinion when it comes to a financial statement audit. On page 3, you'll find a paragraph titled Other Reporting Requirements by Government Auditing Standards. So this is the second threshold of standards that we follow. And this makes reference to our internal control report and our report in regards to testing of compliance. And I'm gonna go over those reports as part of our presentation. That I'm turning over to page 4 of the document, which is titled Management Discussion and Analysis. The document is very lengthy in nature. It's over 100 pages, but if you were to review a certain part of this document that summarizes significant activity and transactions, it will be this section, the Management Discussion and Analysis, which starts on page 4 and goes through page 13. And this section of the document summarizes all significant transactions, a comparison of current year activity versus prior year activity. And it shows you both in a quantitative manner, significant fluctuations, as well as qualitative and the qualitative factors that created those significant fluctuations as comparing year to current year. Following the MD&A, I'm just gonna make reference to the significant statements. If you turn with me to page 14, you'll find the statement of net position. And this is what we're used to in the for-profit sector as a balance sheet. It's not a balance sheet because Government Auditing Standards Board provides the guidelines for this. And if you look at a balance sheet, it balances, but a statement of net position nets to net position. And net position is just another word for equity. So full accrual basis, what we're used to is seeing long-term assets and long-term liabilities. And if you turn with me to page 16, it's another set of standards, which is known as the balance sheet for governmental funds. And governmental accounting, there's something known as modified accrual, where you show two sets of statements. In pages 14 and 15 is shown as full accrual, and in page 16 and 17 is called modified accrual because it only gives you a snapshot of current year activity. So those statements per se are only looking at current resources and current outflows, as opposed to projecting in the future, which is pages 14 and 15. In reference to the differences between full accrual and modified accrual. Over to the reporting section, which starts on page 98. If you want to follow along, I'm now on page 98. And is the second report that we issue in accordance with government auditing standards. And this report is in reference to internal controls and non-compliance. On page 98, we define what a deficiency in internal controls is, and we make reference to a material weakness that is identified as number 2019-001. 99 of our report, we identify 2 significant deficiencies which do not merit what is known as a material weakness. This is just a lower level recommendation, and we identify an instance of non-compliance. Following pages 100 through 107, it goes into detail the underlying causes for our recommendation, and it also includes management responses to our recommendations for improvement. Following with me on page 111 is our independent accountant's report on Florida Statute 218. Florida Statute 218 requires us to test your investment policy. The village has an investment policy which requires investment securities to be the only authorized investment vehicles for the village. And we ensure that the village is only investing in those investment securities, and they're also adhere to the thresholds that are allowed by this policy. In addition, we perform tests for the pension. You have the Village of Key Biscayne Police and Fire pension that has a significant investment portfolio, and we also do underlying testing of the investment policy as compared to the investment portfolio of the pension plan. And at the bottom, we give our conclusion that in our opinion, the village complied in all material respects with section 218415 of the Florida statutes. Document that was also released on Friday, June 26th to the mayor and the village council and village management was our communication letter. Our communication letter makes reference to a summary of all the recommendations that we've had that I just went over on my presentation. Reference to any difficulties that we encountered with the village. And as noted in our letter dated June 26th, outside of delays that were caused by the auditing of the village pension plan, we had no other difficulties as when performing our audit procedures and the conclusion of our audit procedures. That concludes our presentation of the CAFR, and I'll open it up now to any questions anyone may have.
Okay, first, anybody have a question?
I have a question for
Councilmember Laredo.
When this council, a little bit less than 2 years ago, took over, which more or less coincided with a new village manager, and I've asked you this before and I ask you again, do you see that in terms of financial integrity, record keeping, internal controls, and all the other standard responsible accounting and financial management of this village has moved in the direction of improvement and betterment?
Okay. Yes. So it's a good question. I appreciate the question, and my answer is yes. As you will notice in the review of the CAFR, there's one material weakness that is being reported, and this material weakness falls on the inadequate controls over financial and closing reporting of the pension trust fund. That responsibility falls in the Board of Trustees of the pension plan. There was a change in plan administration that occurred during the fiscal year 2019 under audit, and that is the material weakness that is being reported to you today. Because
what I wanted to know from you, sir, because my second question goes to your comments now, is that this council has been forthright, direct, and through its administrator that we need to clean up our house financially, that had a lot more things that we want to talk about on the air, and that we're moving in the right direction. And that what you said is yes, because as a lot of citizens are watching, that is probably our most sacred trust, is to manage our money. So as I understand your question, the answer is yes.
Yes.
The second question has a little bit of, don't take it personally, but and whether you or the manager, but you've heard a lot about 7 volunteer councilmen and a lot of stuff we have on our plate in the difficult times. We received or got notice of this audited statement or statement June 26th. Today is June 30th. We're in the middle of a budget process, Corona. I have never been on a corporate board where the board gets his financial statements 4 days before and expect to have an intelligent discussion and the contents therein. I don't know who decided to put, I thought that it was just an acknowledgement that we received it so we can possibly read it. You quoted up to page, you stopped at 98, there are more pages. We don't even have a hard copy. And somebody or somewhere on the line, we have got to get better control of how we manage this, Madam Manager and external auditor, because we are doing the best we can reading. And to honest with you, I have not read the full report and I'm not prepared to. So hopefully, and it's a constructive reflection that goes also to my first point, which you're trying to get things done as they're normally done normally. We're not asking for anything abnormal.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Councilmember Laredo. I think that this presentation was good, Mo. I mean, we were able to, I got this on Friday. It's 120 pages long. But I think going quickly of a higher overview of it was helpful. I think that we should definitely bring it back for discussion. I would like to have time to sit with our finance director and go through it, because I think, I would like to analyze this a little bit over, multiple years, not just looking at 2 years. So I definitely need more time, but thank you for that.
And I just make
Councilmember London.
I appreciate what Brett said about analyzing it, going over it, but this is not something you really can use. This is a historical document. We're in July. This reflects the September of last year. We can look at it and say, well, that was great. We need documents quickly. We're going to use them. The whole purpose of this is to be able to analyze, use it, and make decisions. When you receive something 10 months later, it doesn't really do much good. It takes a lot of space on the shelf. It tells you what happened, but you've gone ahead and spent another 10 months doing something without knowing what you did before. So my question to you, sir, is it possible that you can get our statement out punctually within 90 days after the end of the fiscal year?
Okay, so that's a valid question. The fiscal year end for the village, just like every municipality, is September 30th. 90 days after year end will be December. That will be very difficult because you are waiting upon a lot of information from the county, from Miami-Dade County, and you're also waiting for a lot of information from the pension plan. On January 24th, 2020, our firm released a letter to the council members saying that we were facing difficulties with the pension board, a plan administrator that was delaying the audit. Upon that time, we made ourselves available for any questions. And Mr. Ed London, we spoke with you and kept you abreast of the delays that we were having with the pension administrator. As such, in this document, we make reference to the fact that because we had the delays with the pension fund plan administrator, it caused a delay of the production of this report. The village of Key Biscayne CAFR encompasses the financial statements of your pension plan. And you cannot release this document because it therefore will be incomplete without having a set of financial statements related to the pension plan. That being said, it is not usual to issue this document 9 months after year end. We service about 40 municipalities in South Florida, and more than half of them issue in the months of January and February. So 4 months after year end is feasible, assuming that the pension administrator compiles and completes their financial records on a timely basis. We started our audit prior to January 2020. We started actually in December, and we had to stop because we had to wait for the pension records. Our firm is able and capable and has the resources to complete this on a timely basis, but we're at the mercy of the pension records.
Okay, I understand that, and we did meet, we talked with you and Benjamin, myself, and I guess really, and we have no control over the pension administrator, nor do you. By the same token, whatever you find out from the pension administrator does not help us in any decision making, because the decision is made basically how to fund this based on a CVA contract. So yes, it's nice to know what's happening. By the same token, not a damn thing we can do about it. So my question is it possible, since we can't control the pension administrator, but we can control our finance department, and I have all the confidence in the world in Benjamin and his people to get to the information you need so you can control it, so that if you don't have the information from the pension administrator, can we get a draft copy without that?
Yes.
Good, that's all I want. Then we can take action on it. It becomes a meaningful document. I know you're company has the ability, I know you do, to move forward. Thank you very much for your time, effort, and the good work you do, even if it's been very delayed, not due to your problem.
Councilmember Segurola?
I'd like to go back to what you said was the weakness that you noted and as in the report. Could you explain that in more detail? And could you tell us what is it we can do about it?
Okay, sure. So I'm making reference to material weakness 2019-001. This is the only material weakness that was identified in the report. And this makes reference to the pension trust fund. Outside of the village's finance department, the pension, the Village of Key Biscayne Police and Fire pension, includes their financial statements in this document. The pension administrator is engaged by the Board of Trustees. During the fiscal year, the Board of Trustees moved forward towards changing the pension plan administrator. The pension plan administrator worked with us during the audit process, and just to make it very simple, we provide them a request of documents that we need in order to complete a successful audit. They were not able to provide us that. When we looked into further detail, the pension plan administrator did not have experience with a pension trust similar to the Village of Key Biscayne. This item was brought to the attention of the Board of Trustees and Village Management and the Finance Department. And we worked closely with the Board of Trustees, the actuary, in order to help them and assist them with the preparation of the numbers and the financial statements that were needed in order to comply with this reporting deadline. As noted as part of our recommendation, we recommend that the plan's Board of Trustees should engage a plan administrator who is more familiar with the GASB requirements, which is known as Governmental Accounting Standards Board and Governmental Single Employer Defined Benefit Pension Plan. In summary, we were dealing with a pension plan administrator that didn't have enough experience for the financial reporting requirements of our governmental defined benefit plan in the state of Florida. And therefore, it created significant delays. And although the pension, my apologies, although I was able to finish at a certain point in time, the village's auditing over the village's financial records, I was delayed because of this. And we also make reference to the fact that their delay caused the delay of the issuance of this CAFR. That's available on pages 100, 101, and 102.
So replace the pension plan administrator.
That is our recommendation based on what entailed the audit. That is.
Madam Manager, can you tell us what it is we can do to improve that situation?
Sure. So we've been in touch with the chairman of the board, and I spoke with all of the members of the pension board, so they're aware of the situation. The village is happy to do whatever we can to facilitate, but it is ultimately the board's decision on who they select as the administrator. So we will, do everything we can to support them, and they ultimately need to make that decision. One thing that they have done, which was I think a good start, was requested from Marco, a pool of candidates that are qualified, so that from the get-go, they can look at folks who have the experience that our auditors are recommending they have.
So the feedback from the board has been positive.
They understand and they know what they need to do, I believe.
Vice Mayor?
Chad, are we able to set a mandate of a deadline of when they have to submit their information?
I mean, you guys can direct that to the manager and to the auditors, but I think it's difficult because they're waiting on information. But I mean, you can give that mandate to your manager, and she can put as much pressure as she can on them.
Well, I'm talking on the pension board.
Oh, on the pension board?
Yeah, the pension board has 60 days after the fiscal year to submit their information. Can we mandate that?
I think we could probably change our ordinance to do that. I mean, I can look and see. I don't think that there's anything in state law to that effect, and we could, we have an ordinance that created the pension board, and we can modify that if needed.
Okay.
Let me check.
Thank you. Ed, I think is.
Yeah, sorry, I've got a fire alarm going off here in the council chambers. Councilmember London?
I don't think it's necessary to do anything. The pension board members, which I served on previously, realize the problems, and I'm sure they will take whatever actions necessary to get it done properly, promptly, so they don't hold us up.
All right, anybody else have any questions? I agree with Councilmember Laredo. I think I'd like some time to digest this, but thank you. I understand what Ed's saying. If I have any questions, I will certainly reach out. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, Mr. Mayor, the next item is going to be the consent agenda, item 7B.
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Let's move.
Motion carries. All right, Mr. Mayor, would you prefer to go back to 7A now?
Yes. Okay, now 7A has been pulled off the consent, so it immediately follows the consent agenda.
Yes, sir. So the next item is 7A, a capital authorizing resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting Florida Engineering and Development Corporation for the construction of the Safe Routes to School project in the amount not to exceed $485,300, providing for authorization and providing for an effective dates.
Wasn't that what
Thank you.
Didn't you pull that from the agenda, Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Vice Mayor pulled it from the agenda, so now it's on.
Yes. All right, so I just wanted to pull this off for a short discussion. Back in February, I did bring up the idea that we should be looking at pervious concrete for our sidewalks. I did speak with Andrea and Jake yesterday because I wanted to make sure that that was something that we're looking at. In this proposal, it is not included. We do not have pervious concrete. However, they did a quick analysis, and to do pervious concrete would be an increase in cost for the sidewalks. It's something that FDOT won't cover. FDOT will cover the same amount, but we would have to be
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got frozen there, my internet. But the idea is that I want to make sure that we can go ahead and take on the pervious concrete. I think it's something that goes with the ideas of what we want to do, and we don't need to go back and rip things up to redo things. What I was proposed was that the increase in price for all the sidewalks would be around $130,000. I had not a chance to sit down and take a look at that, but I think that's money well spent for what we need to do. What I would like to do is make a motion to direct the manager to go ahead and change to pervious concrete as long as that she's within the budgeted funds. If she goes out of the budgeted funds of the total project, that she would have to bring it back to us.
So I'll second your motion. Councilmember Segarola, then Councilmember McCormick, then Councilmember Petros.
And I had this. Philosophically, I don't have a problem with the with pervious concrete. I had this discussion with the manager during my briefing with her, and she told me that we're well within, since the first estimate came in so high, we're well within budgeted funds. However, my concern with this is, from what she told me, the look of the sidewalk is going to end up being noticeably different from what we have, number one. And number two, it's going to require a higher level of maintenance down the road. The two considerations are, if we go this route, we're either going to have a patchwork of different types of sidewalk all around the village, or we are going to end up committing ourselves to changing all of the sidewalk in the entire village. And number two, we have to take into account that down the road, we're going to have much higher maintenance costs than not. I like the idea. I like the qualities of the concrete, but it's not just things in the plus column, there's things in the negative column too.
Councilmember McCormick, then Councilmember Petros, then Councilmember Laredo, then Councilmember London.
Ignacio, you really took the words right out of my mouth. I had concerns about the ongoing costs. I know we discussed this at pretty great length when we did the workshop with residents about the Safe Routes to School project. And it was my understanding that this type of concrete really does require a lot of ongoing maintenance because for lack of a better word, the holes get filled with debris and need to be cleaned. So that while this may fall within budgeted funds, it is an ongoing operating expense that needs to be considered. And the other thing that I would like to say, I know I've said this in other council meetings, but while we are all concerned about the amount of concrete we're adding to our island, and that it is definitely something that needs to be considered, I think when we talk about things like, and we want to make sure that these sidewalks are safe in years to come with this ongoing maintenance issue, that we really also need to keep in mind that we possibly should be relooking at our zoning and limiting the amount of space that we cover on individual lots when houses are built. So that was my thought.
Councilmember Petros?
More maintenance is required with these types of sidewalks, and also in your complete streets plan, do you include concrete that is pervious? And would this just be sort of putting ourselves in line with what you're planning to do in that larger project?
I'll let Jake speak to. Jake, are you with us?
Good evening. Yeah, I'm here. It's too early for complete streets to call it whether we're going to have pervious or impervious. We don't know at this moment yet. Obviously, it is a big help on reducing the peak flow. And also, as other council members mentioned, it comes with additional maintenance and long-term maintenance cost. So we'll have to make the decision when we get there. We don't know at this point.
Councilmember Laredo?
Hold on one second. They didn't answer how much more would the maintenance cost be with this type of concrete if we were to use it.
Oh, okay. So for this job alone, it's roughly about a total of a mile sidewalk we put it in. Based on my estimation, the current industry costs about like $5,000 to $7,000 a year. They will be pressure washing the sidewalk once a year and declogging.
Councilmember Laredo?
Yes, thank you. I don't agree with the proposal, but I wanted to highlight to ourselves, including me, process is substance, particularly in public life. Today, just in an hour, we have tried to circumvent a process that we had been on. We had it with the previous discussion of the clerk. Now, this is a process for some time being discussed, enormous amount of input from citizens, and literally at the 11th hour, something comes up which is not on the agenda. So Joe, resident, don't know that the proposal that we're entering now is increase of $140,000, method as it may be in terms of environmentally, but the people who had a participation. So today, you're suggesting to go from 485 to 625, a considerable amount of money, considering the crisis we're through. It happens at the last minute. I really, we can just stay with the processes that we outlined. There's been outreach with the community. There was consultations with our professional people. It went out to bids, and we're just changing the whole thing because we now want to add something else. However wonderful it is, it's not right, it's not fair, and it's not transparent. I would move.
The point was raised about what this thing looks like. I'm not familiar with pervious concrete, and if it is significantly different, I think we should see samples of it before we go ahead and pave it. And as someone previously said, maybe then we have to redo everything else to make it look good. But again, maybe we should put a sample down to see how it looks before.
Okay, Vice Mayor, one last comment.
I just want to respond because, yes, this might be additional maintenance, but this is response to flooding, which is a major issue in our community. We are looking at getting private driveways to become pervious instead of non-pervious. And if we as a city, as a municipality, and this organization as leadership decide that we are somewhat different and we can do whatever we want, but we're going to have to require, hopefully, that we decide to require that the private properties do that to help with the flooding. Second, from what Councilmember Laredo said is incorrect. I brought this back on February. Our administration was going to look at this and come back. This came on the agenda without any information to me. That's why I met with them yesterday, because I think this is very, very important to have on here. It's unfortunate that I don't think I have the support of my fellow colleagues, but I just don't understand why we're talking about resiliency and all the stuff and wonderful things we want to do, and we're not going to put $130,000 on new sidewalks. I completely agree with Councilmember London, and I did bring that up yesterday, that we should maybe take a couple, 20, 30 feet of sidewalk and test out a couple of different finishes on them. But this pervious concrete, I mean, you basically, if you watch any of the videos, they can take a fire hose and shoot water into it, and the water disappears almost immediately. But there's some additional things that we need to do. So I would like to see us go in that direction. I would second Councilmember London's idea that we should do some tests first, but I think that we should direct the manager to go in this direction.
So
I'd like to move.
Well, hold on. We have a motion on the floor by the vice mayor. Okay, Councilmember McCormick, and then I want to get this going. Councilmember.
Is it possible to put down samples and bring this change, approve this as it is, put down samples and bring back a change order down the road that we can publicly notice it and get public input?
That was my question as well.
I'm fine with that. If you guys want to see the change order before it's put out and how much it is, I'm fine with that too.
No, we have to be approved, not look at it, yes.
Yes,
I think that they're not.
Yeah, we would have to look at it first.
No, that was my question. What are we doing to this project? Because to Councilmember Laredo's point, we're moving on this. Let's move on it. We've made it. We've had a lot of input, and I agree that we should. The public needs to have input. But to your point, Vice Mayor, you've asked for this. It's not been there. So let's move this along. But at the same time, let's see if we can come back, take a look at some samples, and if we decide we want the pervious, then okay.
Friendly amendment. Friendly amendment.
Yeah, that's fine.
I welcome it.
Okay.
Friendly amendment.
All right, let's call the vote.
Friendly amendment.
Wait. Friendly amendment. It's accepted by the vice mayor, so I don't even need.
He hasn't made it.
Wait, we're voting to get samples.
No, the vote is that we are going to go ahead and approve the item today. We're going to get samples, and we're directing the manager to bring back what the cost of the change is, and we will take a look at that and make an approval on that change at that point.
Right.
Okay, so we're approving the original item with the impervious concrete, and then we'll look at the pervious as a change order.
No.
Yes.
Hold on.
We're improving the safe streets for school sidewalks as they are without impervious concrete. And then we're going to come back a change order once we see the samples and we know what the maintenance is.
That's exactly what Ignacio just said.
Yeah. No, Ignacio said I think the opposite way.
No, we're
pervious.
Approving it with concrete pervious.
Why don't we separate the motions, Mayor? Why don't we separate the motions? I make the motion
to accept.
Friendly
amendment. There's a friendly amendment to the motion already on the floor.
I'm going to vote against it because I think they should be separated. I understand the spirit. They should be separated.
What? Oh, okay. Then let's hear. I've seconded Councilmember London's motion. Moved. Seconded. Call the vote.
What is the motion, please?
Restate your motion, Ed.
My motion is that we select this company to the safe streets and school sidewalks and other improvements required that they bid on, and they are the low bidder, or I should say they're the successful bidder, and that we also put down a number of feet. I think Fred said 20 feet of sidewalk, so we can see what it looks like, what it takes to maintain, come back with a change order, we decide to go with impervious with the cost.
If we decide. Go to a change order if we decide. Okay, well, that's important to understand. When you say change order, imply.
To go with the pervious, not with impervious. Impervious, it doesn't flow through. Pervious means it allows.
Yes, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Okay, you were saying impervious.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Just want to be clear. It's all in how you spell it out. All right. That's the motion. I've seconded the motion.
Call the question.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
So that motion is the friendly amendment. Now we go to.
I just want to make sure Andre understood what.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we got it. Thank you.
So now we have to vote on Brett's motion, the vice mayor's motion. Is that correct? Because we just.
Unless he withdraws it.
No, I think it's the same.
I don't even remember what my motion was now.
It was exactly, I think, what
The
Ed
same
did.
thing.
Okay, fine. So
Yeah.
we're good. We're clear. That's what's coming back.
We're gonna do what Ed said. Yes.
Fine.
You voted on the amendment. Now you're voting on.
Now we're voting on the motion. So
Okay.
it's been moved. I've seconded.
With the amendment.
Let's vote on it.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you.
Before
Motion
we move on, when the manager and Jake are moving forward to put down this sample, it was also discussed at the workshops with the residents. Our engineer from Kimley Horn had concerns about this type of concrete with where our water table is. If maybe Dr. Samimi can be part of that conversation and just look into those concerns as well before it comes back to us.
And I apologize. Dr. Samimi was on the call with Jake and Andrea as well with me. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Let's move on.
For the purpose of clarification with this convoluted motion, the process is going forward and the engineers will start doing the work that they need to do.
Right.
And if down the road we decide to add to it, then we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But this is not going to hold, anything.
Not going to hold it up.
Okay.
We're moving.
All right, Mr. Mayor, the next item is ordinances. We have 2 ordinances on first reading. The first one is an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Chapter 5, Property Maintenance Standards of the Village Code of ordinances relating to solid waste, recycling, and civil violations, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
All right. Mr. Attorney?
Okay, so before you have first reading of an ordinance, at the last council meeting, you directed me to work with Councilmember McCormick. We put together this ordinance along with meeting with the village staff. Obviously, it's first reading. We can make changes tonight. We can make changes between first and second reading. And it's really here before you for discussion and approval tonight. We're here to answer any questions.
Vice Mayor Moss.
Yeah, quick question. The time that is in section 5.3D, you have that 7 a.m. I think they have to be removed on the day of pickup, but that may be, I guess, maybe a little too early for some people. We might have to push it up a little bit.
No, the 7 a.m. is really, so let me explain. You can't put out the bins before 5 p.m. and you can't put them out later than 7 a.m. on the day of. So they don't want, the idea was that having people put out their garbage bins at like 8, 9, 10 in the morning and they miss the pickup. We can remove that 7 a.m., but that was the thought. The language as far as the same day is correct. The way the ordinance is reading now is that you have to remove your bins back to its storage location on the same day of collection.
But not by 7 a.m.
But not by 7
It
a.m.
has to be that day. Okay, and then the other thing I have in section 5.5B, it just says that, there might be another section that I'm not reading here, but it just says that the village may provide courtesy warnings. But is there an actual, and it says punishable by civil penalty, but is there an actual penalty that people will be getting and it would be increasing and what those are?
Yes, so the ordinance refers back to chapter 2 of our code, which has a penalty of $250 for a violation, and then a repeat violation is $500.
And one last question. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And then we added in the courtesy warning as you mentioned.
Okay, and then one last question I have, I'm not sure if you thought about this, Allison, or Councilmember McCormick. Damage to swales. So a lot of times when people put their stuff out too early, they leave it out there for 5 days. They did it in front of my house 2 weeks ago, and now the grass is gone. It's just mud and dirt. There's no more grass. Who's responsible for fixing that swale if they damage it?
That's a great question and not one that came up while we were exploring this. So, I mean, that's something that we could add in now. That's the benefit of being able to edit this between first and second reading. It strikes me off the top of my head. I would be fine to say that the person who lives there, who put the pile, is responsible. I mean, they're responsible for their swale anyway. So the question really, I guess, Chad, then becomes the enforceability of that.
Yeah, and just to give you a clarification, like in my instance, a lot of people put it across the street because it's a side of a property and nobody really faces it. So they put it across the street and it sat there for 4 or 5 days, and now the grass is gone, nothing's growing there, and it's getting torn up by cars.
Meaning like they put it on someone else's property?
Well, it's not, it's somebody else's swale. But yeah, but remember the road that I'm on across the street, it's like a fence with trees. You don't see the properties. The properties are facing the other direction. Everybody puts it over there so it doesn't damage their lawn. But if you put it too early, it damages it. And I think that's something that we might need to look at.
May I ask a question?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Let's Cormac, are you done? You all right, Chad?
Chad, right. I think, was still talking to
I was going to say, if it's the will of the council, I'm happy to add that into this ordinance to make that clear.
Okay.
Yeah, although it does sound a little bit like an enforcement issue of people shouldn't be putting their garbage on the swale attached to someone else's property that someone else is responsible for maintaining.
Agreed.
So I had a couple of comments of things that came to me after we put this together. And one was I think Brett touched on both of them, but one was this idea of 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. And it was the feeling of staff that people should have their cans out by 7 a.m. And the reason for that was that when people are late and they miss the garbage truck, am I frozen? No. And when they miss the truck, the garbage sits in the driveway in the hot sun filled. And I don't know that we actually need that, because I think the punishment of the person who's coming home from work and finding the garbage pail there is incentive enough to try to get out in time. I actually think that maybe we should default back to the original language of the 24-hour window to give people a reasonable amount of time with work schedules and whatnot to get their cans there, and then to leave the new language of they need to be brought back out of sight by the end of the day of pickup.
Agreed.
Yeah?
I agree completely.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
You're not up, Ed.
So then the next was with relation to the warning. Brett, it came to my attention when talking and working with staff that in the past, and I think I said this at our last meeting, our code enforcement would give like a verbal, like, you have 3 days, I'll be back. And if the pile isn't there, you're fine. If it is, I can write you a ticket. And the recommendation from staff for this ordinance was to leave that up to the discretion of the code enforcement officer, because there are some piles that easily can be put away in a day, or perhaps maybe it takes the 3 days. So rather give them the leeway in their professional discretion to give a warning if they think that's what's necessary, or write the citation, whatever they think. So that's why that was written that way. And then the other question that I believe came up, the manager brought up to me, and I think is a good one for our residents to hear, was the question about bulk trash and the 48 hours, especially for, like, we now have the Monday pickups. And the answer to this question about a Monday pickup in 48 hours is that we are currently renegotiating our solid waste contract. And the goal is not to have any Monday pickups, because the 48 hours, I think, is appropriate to give people an opportunity to get their pile out there. But walking around, enjoying your day off on a Saturday or a Sunday and walking past a sea of piles is really not a nice experience. So the idea is to make it an absolute top priority that there are no Monday pickups. That was it.
Councilmember Laredo.
For the manager and or the attorney, clear, is this revenue neutral? Is this revenue neutral? This does not imply any other cost in our budget?
No.
Is that a yes?
It is totally revenue neutral, yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember London?
Yes, basically, I don't know if 48 hours is enough when you consider that a lot of this stuff is yard trash from landscapers, and all the landscapers can't work within that 2-day period or 1-day period ahead of time, since they usually work all 5 or 6 days a week. So it would make it very difficult to have the landscapers comply with the 48 hours. So I would suggest changing the 48 hours to 72 hours, which is much more practical. I understand not to have it there too long. By the same token, I also understand that a lot of people depend on landscape contractors, and they all can't be at the same place within a 2-day period.
Can I address that? So we did talk about, no?
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, we did talk about that, and if that's the will of the council, we can make that change. It was discussed that there are landscapers whose practice is, like, for example, at my house, my pile starts sometimes weeks before, but it is tucked away on a corner of my property behind a tree. And my landscape, I have Monday pickup. I don't know when he comes, but Sunday when I wake up, there's no pile. By Monday, it's there. They come by, they pull it out to the curb. So I think there are ways that they can work around that. But if the council would like to extend it, I think that that's a reasonable amount of time. But what we're seeing now is sometimes weeks, and that's just not okay.
Your landscaper is great. I don't think all landscapers are as efficient as yours. So rather than penalize our citizenry, I think we should extend it to 72 hours.
We'll make it 72 and then bring it back. Don't forget, we also have another bite at this at the second reading. So yeah, make the change, and we'll hear from our residents at the next meeting. Councilmember Petros?
About, like, for example, my house, I have an aluminum fence that doesn't screen the garbage cans. And even though the cans are behind the fence, you're still going to see my garbage cans from the street. So what is the intent of this ordinance? Because the way I read this, then I would be out of compliance with my garbage cans, even if they were behind the fence.
Fine, Katie, fine, Katie, fine, Katie.
I'm sorry, Katie, my internet went out a little bit. Can you just repeat that?
For people that have aluminum fences that don't hide and aren't, let's say, a wood fence, are they out of compliance with this if you can see their trash cans from the street behind the fence?
So the way it's written, yes. And the idea there is that you would have some kind of maybe vegetative screening, but that's something clearly that we could all discuss. I mean, there's a reason that this ordinance was started and stopped so many times. It's tough. So the goal was to not be able to see the cans from the street. But if you guys want to kick it around a little bit, have at it. But yes, the way it reads now, you would have to do something.
I guess my other question would be, how are we going to enforce this rule when we put it in place, and what's the plan from the village's point of view?
I think it starts with a lot of education. And I don't know if the manager wants to speak to that, but also I just wanted to remind the mayor, were we supposed to open to public comments since it's
not for this? We don't have to on first reading. We can do that on second.
Okay, so Andrea, do you have?
Yeah, you're exactly right, Councilmember McCormick, and good question, Councilmember Petros. So the enforcement, of course, is going to be the key. It does start with effective communication and education of our residents. So once this, assuming this passes on first reading with whatever tweaks are made, we will start notifying the residents of what is expected. We also plan on putting out the new RFP for the new vendor in July, and we'll bring that back to the council, which will change the Monday schedule as well. So we want to make sure folks are aware of that. I think the one challenge, and for those of you who I had the opportunity to speak with about this, I think to Councilmember McCormick's point, the rear of the carport, and the example I shared is here on Fernwood. There are some properties where you press even if you put the bin all the way back in the back of the carport, technically it is visible from the public right of way. But we felt that this was as good as we could do at this point without putting too much of a burden on the residents. So we felt like it was worth moving forward with this. But we're up for suggestions if you have any better.
What about side yard pickup? Is that contemplated here? I mean, I know that's been a.
Yes, it is. Okay. And that is something that I think is continuing to be a priority in the renegotiation of the contract.
Okay, because I think that might alleviate the whole concern about, to Councilmember Petros's point about the fencing.
No, because the fences just doesn't have any screening component
across.
to it. So it really doesn't matter if it's on one side or the other.
It's just,
And the other thing that I'd bring up is if people are putting them in their carport and they're gone to work all day, you're going to see those garbage cans. Or what are we doing? Are we allowing that or not in this ordinance?
May I move the ordinance? It's first reading. Can we move it?
You've already moved. It's already been moved and seconded.
Okay.
We're just getting some questions from Councilmember Petros to Councilmember McCormick.
I read in there that you're allowed to have them in the back of the carports. That's okay.
Correct.
Chad, can you speak to
That's correct. And it was for the example Andrea gave, where he was sensitive to the folks on Fernwood, at least that we're aware of, that they actually do that right now. So.
All right. To Councilmember Laredo's point, we can go through this on first reading. If every, Councilmember Petros, you've obviously got some issues that are going to resonate with a number of residents. And I think we also want to hear from our residents in second reading. But I would say call the question for first reading.
All right, Mr. Mayor, this will be a roll call. Mayor Davey?
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo?
Yes.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Petros?
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you.
Second reading, we'll determine that. Okay, next.
We have another ordinance on first reading, an ordinance of the Village Council of Key Biscayne, Florida, providing for the submission to the village electors for approval or disapproval in accordance with section 6.02A1 of the village charter, a proposed amendment to section 4.10 of the village charter entitled borrowing to provide that general obligation bonds approved by the electorate be excluded from the village charter's limit on debt, providing requisite ballot language for the submission of the charter amendment to the electorate, calling a special election on the proposed charter amendment to be held on Tuesday, the 3rd day of November 2020, in conjunction with the general election being held on said date, providing for voting at the polls, providing for notice of election, providing for requisite ballot language, providing for inclusion in the charter, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Okay. Council, Chad, you want to speak to this for a minute?
Sure. So at the last meeting, we were given direction to bring back a charter amendment to exclude the general obligation debt from the village's debt cap in the charter. We have drafted this and put this before you. This would take 2 readings. So we would, if this passes tonight, we would have to have a second reading. We do have a special, we have a council meeting that has now been called on the 28th of July. So it would be appropriate to be put on that meeting. Effectively, what we did here is we modified the definition of debt. The concept was that the charter limitation on debt should be a limitation on the council and not on the people. And if the people vote for debt to be issued for capital projects, that that should be followed through and not subject to the debt cap. So
I think because this issue is important, we're talking about a change. I'd like to open for public comment at this time. Are there any speakers signed up?
And because I
I want to get through public comments real quick. And you're
the
first.
public comments at the beginning of the meeting were all exclusively directed at this issue. It's very well orchestrated.
Well, let's see if there's any opponents. I mean, there may be people signed up who are not in favor. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to speak to this ordinance, please press *9 on your phones or raise your hand in the Zoom application.
Anybody?
Mr. Mayor, I do not see anybody wishing to speak to this.
Okay, I'll close public comments. Councilmember Laredo?
Well, it's I think astonishing day today. The underlying purpose here, and quoting the drafter of the resolution, that we are, in essence, and I quote, redefining debt in our Constitution. These are extraordinary times. People are hurting. financially and in any other way, in many ways, people in Key Biscayne that have jobs that they're losing. We're asking them to approve a bond issue. Let me try to put it in plain English, which is to modify or to redefine what the founding members and at least 5 other charter review commissions have defined as debt, to redefine debt so that we can issue a bond, a blank check amount. We don't even have amount. We don't even have a project. And somehow, because there is some incredible foresight in some people, which my whole history in financial industries, they have it down pat where interest rates are going to be next year, because they're brilliant more than all the people who didn't get it in 2007 and collapsed our economy. We have the ability to put further burden on the citizens. It is going to be a very divisive election this year. We have 3 seats up, presidential election that are controversial. People are exhausted financially, they're exhausted emotionally. There isn't anything urgent other than sewer, flooding, which we can do what we have now. This is typical government, give me a blank check, and we'll define later how we spend it. Mr. London, you can shake your head all you want, but you have a lot of financial experience, as I do too, but you have no experience in government. And every government every government I've been into, you give them money, they'll spend it. Agreed. And Mr. London, you will remember, and some of you who are younger, that in this community, back in the early 70s, we had a big action for people issue. All that. And you know what the Parks for People are, for those of you who weren't around, is to buy parks. The end voters thought that parks was what you and I understand as parks. You know what the money that was raised for that was, where that park is? Bayside Shopping Center, American Airlines Arena, and 2 museums. That is the park. We give them a blank check. If you don't remember that, I'll move you further down the road to the big fight in the state of Florida, statewide, about the lottery. There was a big divisive issue about gambling in the state. And the reason it was sold to the people, because it was going to go 100% for education. Guess what happened, folks? We approved it, and you know where that money went? To cover deficits in the budget. Now they do a few things on education. So my experience that I lived through, I didn't read it anywhere, is that the people's will has been frustrated. Why? Because people who have an interest in this, whether it's investment bankers or lawyers, draft the language, and the people don't have time to read the fine print. So the definition of parks was redefined. We're redefining that as per our Constitution. This would be, to me, a very irresponsible decision at this time. There is no urgency. There are people that I know have 2 urgencies. The first one is flooding. And that's what we should focus the resources we have. You can call it government, but it's flooding. And of course, the beach, which is not the subject of this discussion. It is not that I'm against the bond issue. I'm against this bond issue at this time. I think it's being pushed under these false theories of cost of money. End result, for those of us who don't need to get lost in this financial double speak, is we're borrowing money, not project specific, so that we can have it. And guess what? You know, there's a first row. Mr. London knows from banking what the first row is. The first row from this bond issue are fees. That for sure we'll spend. We'll spend funds in investment bankers, and we spend funds in lawyers. The rest we just park there, and down the road we'll speak it. In the meantime, these families who are going through very difficult times, you all know that the image that everybody hears super rich is false. Professional couples are working, some of them with very high pay that have been laid off. So you throw at them the additional stress that their community is now inheriting a debt as redefined by an amendment would be really bad. And it would particularly bite in divisiveness, Mr. Mayor, my fellow council, in an election year where this is so critical. And there is no time to educate the public, because they are overwhelmed by problems, and the special interest groups will work the vote. I think this is unnecessary, and it's isolated from our reality, and it's clearly, as I highlighted before, I've given you just 2 examples that I've lived through where the misuse of public funds through bond issues have been a consequence of bad planning. And I intend to vote against it, and I think it would be very bad.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I think there's 2 topics here that we're discussing. So one would be the bond issuance, but the other one, I think the one that's in front of us right now is debt cap. And I agree with Councilmember Laredo that we're, in the way that this is written, it's almost that we're redefining what the debt is or not. But I want to echo that, or say that, you know, this is a referendum. This is going to the voters. We're just allowing it to go to the referendum and allow the voters to make the decision on whether they want to do this. And you know, I don't know if this is going to pass or not. I think the debt cap may be a little bit too low. I thought that, you know, speaking to Chad, I was under the impression that we were going to raise the debt cap up to a different percentage. Right now, I know it's at 1%. I thought we were maybe go up to 2% and increase the debt service against our operating expenses. But this, in a way, is saying that basically the voters, if they decide, the majority of the voters decide that they want to take on a project, that they don't need to take a limitation. But again, we need them to vote on it, not us. So, you know, I think the discussion is whether we increase the debt cap or we just follow what we're doing and redefine that we're excluding general obligation bonds as part of the debt cap.
Councilmember London, then Councilmember Segurola, and then I think Councilmember Petros, did you just wave your hand? Okay, so Councilmember London, you're next. Councilmember London.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
I happen to agree with Councilman Laredo, which is very unusual. Basically, yes, governments have wasted money. Governments do waste money. We're one of the biggest wasters of any government I know. By the same token, don't give me that face, Michael. You know how I feel. Anyway, but I also don't like writing blank checks to anybody for anything. But I also understand when they put this debt cap back in a long time ago, they didn't have under consideration Key Biscayne being flooded, having things rise, having a water problem. I am against spending money for nothing. I am all for spending money to preserve our island long term. Now, I don't have a crystal ball. You're right, Luis. I can't predict interest rates, but historically I can tell you that interest rates are on an all-time low. Will they stay that way? Will they go lower? I don't know. The odds are they're going to go higher and then go much higher. And as you know from your financial experience, the interest is a major factor in long-term debt. We're talking about 30-year debt. Interest is a major factor. So if we can borrow the money now for specific projects, not for a blank check, but for specific projects, for a beach. Everybody likes the beach. Well, beach is a major asset of Key Biscayne. Stormwater is a major thing. And the roads, we have to take care of the roads, and we have to grade, we have to do a number of things to preserve our place. We also have undergrounding. Now, hopefully we can get FP&L to take care of most of it, but we're going to have to come up with some money no matter what we do. So these are just some of the major projects that we can do, that we can outline, and we can commit that these will be the things that any general bond obligation will be used for, not a blank check. So I think going forward, is it wise to do it? Yes, I think it's wise. Does that mean everybody's going to agree with me? No. But I think we have to give the people the opportunity to decide what do they want, not just the 7 of us. This is a major thing. Will it raise taxes? Of course it's going to raise taxes. And you'd be foolish to mislead people. We should tell people how much it will raise taxes, depending on how much we raise. If we get the money before we spend it, obviously, we should have a neutral arbitrage. We're not allowed to have a positive arbitrage because we make more money on the money we raise. We have to give it back to the government anyway. So therefore, the idea is to shoot for a neutral arbitrage. With interest rates, in my opinion, will be going up. There'll be no problem having a neutral arbitrage even now. So I'm 100% for it. I think it's long-range planning. I think it's important. You know, listen, I guess I shouldn't be that interested in long-range planning, but I am. I love Key Biscayne. I want to keep it dry. I want to keep the beach there. I want to keep everybody else here. Thank you.
Councilmember Segurola. Councilmember Segurola.
Yes, sorry. I have to say I agree with absolutely everything Councilmember Laredo said. In addition, the debt cap on the village might be the single most intelligent thing that the founders of this village put into the charter. I think it forces us to be intelligent, to be responsible, to be thoughtful, and to plan ahead. And to remove that is to open the floodgates to all kinds of problems. We are an island, a municipality. I think it's 1.1 square miles. Just how much construction do you think we can have going on at any one given time? We have more than enough debt capacity within the debt cap to stagger projects, plan ahead, and do everything that we need to do. I am absolutely against this. This is a slippery slope, and I am against it in practice and in principle.
Councilmember Petros.
Well, either Chad or Andrea, can you speak to the history of the debt cap? Was it in our founding charter? And if not, when did it come into play? And what was the reason that it came into play? Why was it put there if it wasn't at the beginning?
I don't think that it was included in the beginning. However, what I will do is my partner, Jeff DiCarlo, who's bond counsel, is on, and I think he might have been involved with, and could answer some of your questions on that. Jeff?
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I was the bond counsel for the village since its incorporation. I was not involved in writing the charter, but my recollection is that that language has always been in the charter for as long as I can remember.
It was added in 2001 by voters upset about the community center.
But people thought we couldn't afford the community center.
Correct. That's what it was.
So it was 2001.
Right. Councilmember Petros, did you have any other comments?
Yes. I mean, can you guys need to verify that? Do you know?
I think that there was a provision. I'm going to pull up. I have the original charter. If you give me a second. There was a provision relating to debt. I'm not sure it was the same provision that we have today.
May I jump in?
Councilmember Laredo, let's keep this moving. Councilmember Petros.
I have two other questions. Other municipal governments in the area, how many of them have a debt cap? I think Andrea Benjamin studied this a little bit.
Yeah, we did. I mean, I can't say of all counties, but I can say that we looked at Pinecrest, Bell Harbor, Cutler Bay, Surfside, South Miami, and the Gables. And so Pinecrest has no limit, and there are varying limits from 25% of assessed value. Another Cutler Bay ranges from the greater of 3% of assessed value, or the amount which would cause the annual debt service to be 15% of the operating budget. So there is a range. I can't speak though to all cities within the county, but I'm sure Jeff probably has the most experience with all cities throughout the county if you want to chime in on that one.
It's very unusual to have a debt cap in a municipal charter in this county. There are a few. You've mentioned a couple of them, but the one in Cutler Bay I know is very similar to yours, except that I believe it's 3% of assessed value instead of your 1%. But otherwise, the other test, the 15% of the budget test, is the same language as yours. I think Surfside has something, but I haven't worked with them, so I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that I remember that they do. Some of the others, South Miami and Coral Gables, I don't know. I suspect the way the language was written that was pulled and sent to me, that that's probably part of their own internal statement of debt practices. it's an aspirational goal, I think, in those cases, not a mandatory requirement under their charters.
All right, I had one other question, which, Chad, the way the language is written here, when it goes on the ballot, the only time that the debt cap wouldn't apply is with a GOB, correct? Which always has to be voted on by the people. So it's not like the council, even if this passed, the council could not go past our current 1% debt cap. Is that accurate?
Correct. This would only exclude voter debt, GOB debt from the debt cap.
All right, that's it.
And I did review the original charter. There wasn't a provision for borrowing, but just section 4.10 entitled borrowing, but it only provided the village shall incur no debt unless the incurrence of such debt is approved by at least 5 trustees. Right. It didn't have the remainder of the language, which was added at a later time.
2001. Councilmember McCormick?
Yeah, when you can, yeah.
Sorry, Councilmember Laredo, this is the first reading. Let's remember, let's move things along. Councilmember McCormick?
I think it sounds like we all know where we stand and that nothing has changed over the length of time that we've discussed this issue. I think what's before us right now is this question of the debt cap and how it's going to go to the voters. And I think that while I understand the way Chad did this, I think it makes sense. I think the question really before us is, for the 5 people who seem to agree with it, is this the way you want to go about it? How do you want to skin this cat? Do you want to have something to increase the debt cap? Do you want to have something to exclude GOB debt? And I think ultimately the answer comes in how transparent do you feel it is? And of course, the end goal being ultimate transparency and understandable by the voters when they get into the voting booth. For me, I like this, I understand it, but I think that's kind of the question that's before us.
Okay, I'm just gonna make a couple comments.
May I, when
You've already spoken, Councilmember. I'm trying to move this along. Everybody.
Well, you can move along, but this is probably the biggest item. We've had about half an hour discussion of where to put the trash cans.
Sir, you're going to be able to speak on second reading, but today.
No, I'm going to be able to speak today because.
No, sir, you've had your chance on this item. You're shut down.
All the charters I know.
Councilmember Laredo, you're out of order. Councilmember, you're out of order on this item, sir.
Mr. Mayor, as usual.
Councilmember, you're out of order. You do not have the floor. Thank you. Councilmember Petros is correct that this would only allow us to borrow. It would.
Lawyer, does he have the
Councilmember Laredo, you do not have the floor. Councilmember Laredo, I have the floor.
Attorney, would you tell me if he has the authority?
Councilmember Laredo, I have the floor. You do not have the floor, sir. You are not recognized. You will not.
Okay, well, I after you speak, I'd like to speak.
Councilmember Laredo, you will not be recognized.
It will not be recognized. So
no, sir, you will not be recognized on this item. You are out of order.
No, you are out of order.
Member Laredo, you continue to be out of order, sir. I'm asking you one final
agree.
time.
I agree, Mr. Davey. I agree.
Thank you. Well, members, I'm telling you now, Councilmember Petros is correct. Any item that goes beyond the 1% would have to go to a vote of the voters. We have we do not have the authority to go beyond that. To add your point, I would take umbrage solely from the point that this village has been very mindful of the debt cap. We've never approached the debt cap. The people who have sat up here prior to us have always worked hard to make sure that they're being fiscally responsible with the money they receive from the residents. And so I want to be clear, when we talk up here about the government being willy-nilly with the money, we're talking about our fellow residents who have worked hard up here. And I know how much work they've done up here. So I understand being fiscally responsible. But at this point, I am in support of this. And I just wanted to make that comment about the people who've gone before us have worked hard. They haven't just spent our money recklessly. They've done a hell of a job of making this community what it is. It's our obligation to continue it. I call for a vote.
All right, Mr. Mayor. This will be a roll call vote. Councilmember London. Councilmember, you're muted, sir.
Yes.
All right, Councilmember McCormick?
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo?
No.
Vice Mayor Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Petros?
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola?
No.
And Mayor Davey?
Yes.
Motion carries.
To the village attorney, would you please give me a written opinion as to our charter, which is the Constitution, whereby the mayor, whoever he may be at the time, has a limit on each one of us who are individually elected by the people and have the same powers as him other than chairing the meeting. Would you provide me that in writing, or if you want to give an opinion now? Because this is the second time Mr. Davis, in another matter as well, as you recall, adjourned the meeting to mute me, which I find rather childish, but that's the way he is.
You're out of order, sir.
So would you please provide?
Next item, clerk.
Would you provide me?
The next item?
You need to speak up, Mr.
I would just say that if, under Robert's Rules of Order, if Councilmember Laredo would like to appeal the decision of the mayor to move on, he has that right to seek an appeal. And if anyone else wants to second it, then you can vote to allow him to speak.
Noted.
I would like to move that I be allowed to speak.
Second.
So now be a vote.
Roll call vote.
Speak on what? Speak of this past item or speak in general?
In this item.
Yeah,
and in general, you cannot shut a village councilman.
But we voted on this already.
Well, he was successful in doing that. I'm now turned to one of our employees, the village attorney, to tell me what its legal standings of that ruling is, which I don't remember when I did both oath of office or when I helped write the charter, that anybody has the ability to shut anybody up here because we're all elected directly by the people. And this is not is not about garbage. This is about a major obligation.
Continue with the vote.
So call the roll.
Councilmember Laredo.
I made a motion to
be allowed to speak. We're calling the vote.
All right, Councilmember London.
Councilmember London, you have to unmute yourself, sir.
Councilmember. Councilmember.
What are you doing?
Nay. Voting
yes,
to allow.
Yes, no, whatever.
You got to vote, yes or no.
What am I voting?
Whether or not Councilmember Laredo should be allowed to continue to vote when I've told him that everybody has spoken once and we've moved on.
To speak, not to vote.
Councilmember, you have to unmute.
Councilmember, you have to unmute yourself.
I'll circle back, sir. Councilmember McCormick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Petros?
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola?
Yes.
Mayor Davey?
Nope.
Councilmember Laredo?
Yes.
And Councilmember London?
And Councilmember Laredo's one vote.
The motion carries.
Madam Manager, one question that I stopped my presentation so that I have the courtesy of other people speak. The issue of flooding, which is, I think, fundamentally in the minds of the people of Key Biscayne. We have a very advanced project, as I understand, on sewer. It has all these fancy titles, but it's fundamentally sewer. Can we or can we not proceed with that emergency necessity of this community within the debt cap to proceed with that, which is what people want at this stage?
Yes.
So we do not have to deal with the so-called increased levels of water and the flooding that we experienced. This is not relevant. We're moving forward with that and we have it budgeted. So that's clear. Let me just explain that the reason that this was put in is just like our brilliant founders of the Constitution of the United States that we call checks and balances. And also the founding members of this council, of this government, had a charter review process. And at the time it was every 5 years. So because we knew that we would be overseeing, not seeing all the consequences. and that we would like to have changes to the fundamental law, the charter, done in a holistic way, in a way that we don't, every time some special interest or a particular point of view comes up, we go to referendum. So that's the reason it came up before, because people were concerned that we or whoever was not being prudent with our money. And that is why it's now in the charter. Today, after all is said and done, we're asking to take that off, to take it to the plan and redefine that for projects that not even, if you had a specific, let me explain to you that nothing is going to happen. And trust me, I was in the Public Service Commission. It's going to happen for at least 2 or 3 years on undergrounding. So what we're talking about now, and we can revisit this next year. This is the worst time for our citizens and taxpayers to be having to make another choice in a very difficult election to acquire debt that we don't know how it's going to be managed, hopefully well, and they don't even have specific plans. It is so irresponsible. In fact, my good friend London mentioned a slip that he said that later on we'll see how we have to raise taxes. Boy, I've heard that before. It always winds up that all these things, any mistake, wind up, people's taxes go up. I think the spirit of the prohibition, whether 2001 through the charter or amendment, was the people's cry to have control of their money. And I think this is a major mistake. I know that some of you come from a very good point of view. So do I. I would like to do all these projects. This is not the time. The one that I know people are concerned about is flooding. And we can do that now with the debt that we have. And including start the process of which where nature is more involved, which is on the beaches. To do this, to issue, would be a mistake. It was a disservice. And I think it's a major, major disconnect. And at the end of the day, you know, we got elected to decide. So every time we have a tough decision, we go to the people. I don't understand then what's the purpose of the council. But next year we have a council, a charter review commission. Next year, it's not 5 years from now or 10 years from now. Then we can take all these things in. We'll probably have a better idea where we want to spend that money. The one place where we do know where to spend the money is on water and sewer, and we have the money. Why do this? Why put this burden? What is the urgency of doing this? Because you may save a point or 2 points. Do you believe anybody telling you where the rates are going to be next year? Come on. We've been around too long. Not one economist, not one investment banker predicted what happened in 2007. And you know what happened to our economy. I beg you to reconsider. I think that you are doing it coming from the right place. We all want to do all these projects. This is not the time to do it. It's not responsible fiscally or the leadership that people put on us. And I'm sorry if I got a little emotional, but I thought this is a no-brainer. You know, there's a group of people who are the same to call all the time. And by God, they have great adjectives. You know, today we have one that says that if we don't vote for this, this will be a mistake of cosmic proportions. We have very eloquent people in our community, but it's basically the 4, 5, 6 people the same. And there's a lot of business interests here. There's a lot of business interests here, which I'm not going to talk about, but I think it's in the best interest of this council, each of us individually, and for the people of Key Biscayne who are going through some very difficult times, not to talk and put another burden on the bad year of an election with emotional, financial, and all kinds of stress in this ballot. It is not an emergency. It is not necessary. And we need to be sensitive to what they're going through. And I would urge you to please reconsider your previous vote. I really think that I know what you want to do, and I do too, but it's the wrong time. It really is the wrong time. And just to finish where I started, flooding. We have the money to do it without doing this thing. And so the people should know that we're moving in that direction very fast. Thank you, council members, by the way, each one of you, for having the courtesy of allowing me to speak, because all of us basically are the same here, notwithstanding any titles. Thank you for that. Thank you very much.
All right.
And if it's in order, I would like to move Mr. Attorney to reconsider the previous vote.
Second.
Councilmember Laredo, you weren't on the prevailing side of the previous vote. So under Robert's rules, you're not allowed to make a motion to reconsider.
All right, and you will give me a legal opinion on the issue that I asked you before. Not now, but you will do that because I owe the ability to speak as endowed to me by the people who voted for me by the courtesy of my colleagues and not by any little petty rule. Anyway, you heard me. I'm sorry that you're going in this direction, and hopefully I'm wrong. And if it loses, by the way, which I think it might on this hemisphere, then we're really in trouble with the big projects like underground. So it's very short-sighted as well.
Mr. Mayor, the next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting blank as the village clerk, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Mr. Attorney, I know everybody submitted their votes to you.
Okay. So I have received names from 6 of the council members. I did not receive from one, but notwithstanding that, the individual who's had the most votes that were sent to me was Jocelyn Koch. So what would happen next is the council will need to make a motion and a second on the resolution. There would need to be a vote, and you need to have 4 members of the council to vote on this individual.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to comment before voting.
Yeah, well, it's been brought for, yeah, you'll have your opportunity to comment before we, what do we have to do next, Chad?
Okay, so we will add that individual's name, will be moved in second, and then also the resolution requires the council to give authorization to one member of the council.
I would nominate the vice mayor for that role.
What role is that?
The vice mayor to negotiate.
Well, why don't we pass the first thing, and I have issues with whoever is going to be appointed, but I made a motion to approve the.
I seconded.
That's,
all right.
That's
okay,
fine.
Discussions, Councilmember Segarola is first.
First, we had, by my count, 9 applicants for this position. I want to thank each and every single person that applied. It's not easy to put yourself out there and to apply for a position and put yourself under the microscope and go through the rigorous process that we have for selecting clerk. In the end, I think what our job was supposed to be was to find the best person, the most qualified person to serve the council and the residents and citizens of Key Biscayne. I think, at least I speak for myself, I'm guessing I speak for everyone here, I hope I do, that we made our judgment not based on what we thought of the person personally, but based on what kind of candidate they were as the clerk for the village. With that being said, I'm very sorry to say that I am deeply disappointed in how this process has gone and how this process has worked. And if any resident asks me, I will have to say that in my opinion, we have failed them, and I will explain why. Out of the 9 candidates that we had applying, only 4 had actual experience for the clerk's position. The other 5 had no previous experience. Among that group, and no judgment on him, Peter Kolpa has 2 months worth of experience. I categorize him with the 5. Out of those 4 that had experience, actual experience, only one of them made it to the final cut. And she was not the final candidate selected. She was the only person who had actual knowledge how to do the job of a clerk. I am also deeply disappointed because one of who I thought was one of the other fantastic candidates dropped out after the last meeting that we discussed this because 3 of us didn't even bother to call her for an interview. I believe that is just horrible. It says a lot about us. And she was an incredible candidate with great qualifications. One of the other people that did not make the final cut, it is unfathomable to me how she did not. This is a person who is the immediate past president of the Florida Association of Municipal Clerks. She actually has a job of training people how to be municipal clerks. I interviewed her and she educated me on what a municipal clerk actually is. It is not a glorified secretary for the council. A municipal clerk is a partner with the council, the manager, and the attorney in order to get the village business done. We need someone that has the knowledge and the experience to hit the ground running from day one. We need someone that has the technical know-how with what to do on our website, with what to do with public record searches, with what the laws that apply to elections, the laws that apply to our day-to-day functioning, with the archiving of village documents, with the selection of programs and technical systems to integrate and disperse among the entire village administration to facilitate the creation of the agendas that we need for the meetings and the minutes after the fact. The clerk is a full-time position. And I know Jocelyn Brewster, and I hope she's not taking this personally, but I'm sorry, she has no knowledge, she has no qualifications for this job. We're going to be basically paying her for on-the-job training. And whatever savings we have, we're going to more than make up when other people have to come in and do the job for her in terms of attorneys and other village administrators to show her how to do the job. I'm sorry, but I think we have failed the village, and I think that we have missed a historic opportunity to really maximize what a clerk is and what a clerk, a properly experienced and trained clerk can do for our village. That's it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I disagree with what Ignacio just said, but I understand where he's coming from. But I think we made an excellent selection. I think all of them were very good. It was actually 10 candidates that I spoke to. I spoke to every single one of them. I've spent much time. It's not all about qualifications. Obviously, qualifications are important, but I also look for passion, people who are going to work those extra hours. Obviously, with somebody with less experience or no experience, is going to be a learning curve, and I understand that. But I have complete confidence in selection, and I'm very happy. And I think this was successful because I think it shows that we all came very close to the same conclusion out of the 10 candidates that we had. So I think it was successful, and I'm very happy that. And I also want to thank Peter for what he's been doing. He was excellent. Peter, thank you for your time. Unfortunately, you weren't selected, but thank you very much.
Councilmember Petros.
A little bit of my thoughts, and I feel since I took the lead on this, I don't feel like I did a great job, and I'm sorry because I think it created some conflict within the council, and I appreciate and understand a lot of what Ignacio spoke about. I do think that we need to think as a group with a green council, a green clerk coming in, how she's going to be trained and to do everything we can to make her as successful as possible. I will work with anybody. I do also believe that experience was a very important part given the situation we're in right now. So we're gonna have to be extra diligent and extra careful on how things go. And I'm dedicated to making that work. However, I wish that I had the process to do over again because I think that I didn't do the best job, which is why I brought this forth at the beginning of the meeting.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Laredo.
Councilman Segurola, I agree with your analysis 100%. Unfortunately, I cannot agree with the conclusion for the following reasons. And one thing I try to be is consistent. I believe in process. This was an open process. It's also an old saying that politics is the art of the possible. I was handed 3 names that we came up with. It was all very well advertised. We don't have ideal situation. I talk about experience. We are struggling with, even early today, what is it, 14 meetings without minutes? Did we have an experienced clerk on the payroll? So, you know, I found her to be capable, that she has a learning curve. And let me just tell you that, because again, I'm consistent. Where I depart from you is on the money. One of the people who were on, and I did a lot of other citizens gave us, or at least gave me some background on some of the people as they knew them. One of the candidates of the three finalists who had clearly a very good resume wanted a starting salary of $115,000. I'm just not even going to come close to that. The people of Key Biscayne will choke if we pay a clerk $115,000. So I was unable to go that way, and we, since we have a majority here, I hear you, I sympathize with you. It was a very hard decision, but you know, just like at the previous two items I spoke to, we have got to come together and heal. We really do. These people are hurting, and let's don't open another wound between now and November. And let's give her a chance. And you know, we can, in 4 months, I'm the first one to tell you, we made a mistake, and it takes 4 votes to replace him or her. But you know, the process is what it is. The qualifications were written. I'm just a fanatic of process. And what we need to do is, you know, which is what I would like to do, is move for by consensus, like it's done, so that we have to get a message out there to people that is positive. Otherwise, we're all going to sink. And I am committed to work with her to whatever experience I have to help her. So I hear you. I just can't jump to the same conclusion, but it's a tough one. And we probably should have gotten a lot of other candidates, but we know we let the process go forward, and it's very unfair to change the rules in the middle of the fourth quarter. And I think that she's presentable. She's humble enough to know, in my impression, and I don't know her, to learn, which to me is the most important thing. And we need to come out of this. Peter has done an extraordinary job, and hopefully he can help her. It's, you know, in politics or in selections, you win some and you lose some. And there's no loser here. It was a tough call for most of us. So perhaps if it's in order, we can move by consensus like it usually is done, so that there isn't any record of any negative vote. But maybe I'm being too naive.
Councilmember London?
Actually, Katie, you did a great job, okay? Don't beat yourself. You did a good job. You got 10 good candidates. And I really think what really came through was that the 3 finalists, like you said, they weren't all the experienced ones, but it showed that all of us talked to these people, analyzed what they did, analyzed what they had, and made decisions. Maybe the wrong decision, but somehow or other, I think we made the right decision. I think the 3 finalists were all excellent, and now we've chosen one of them. I feel bad for the other 2, but I think we did a good job, and it's basically because of you, Katie. So you did a good job.
Yes, well done. Councilmember McCormick, did you want to say something, or?
No, I'm good for you to call the question.
Okay, well, I just wanted to say, you know, Chad, can you just reiterate what was the vote count total?
I was the one that didn't vote.
Okay.
I wouldn't do that, Mike.
And how many votes were for? It was 4-1-1. I just want to be clear. Look, you know,
it was 4-1-1. Yes.
And I want to thank, you know, Pete's done a heck of a job. I will say, you know, to Councilmember Laredo's point, I voted for Miss Alvarez, so I'm going to change my vote. And I think you're right, Mr. Laredo. I think we should have consensus. We should go forward, you know, and I will change my vote to Ms. Cook, so that we are moving forward in a consensus as council. And I think, you know, let's remember our second clerk, who was our longest serving clerk, came in here with little no experience as a village clerk. And I got to tell you, I think she did okay. So I think, let's hope that
Another question, Mikey.
Has the same career that we had out of Conchita Alvarez. I do want to thank Peter. I think it was a hard choice for me, but we are where we are, and let's move forward. So let's call the question on that part of it.
All those approving, Jocelyn Cook as the new village clerk? Okay.
Aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries.
Chad.
May the record reflect, Mr. Attorney, would you please help me?
I don't know if we did it right.
Make a motion for, or at least a sense of this council that by consensus.
That will be, yes. So let's do this. So there's a couple blanks in the resolution. So the first motion was to add Jocelyn into the selection of the clerk, okay? We then need to now discuss who's going to be authorized to negotiate and execute. So we'll have to have another motion in order, and then we'll then take up a final motion that will approve the resolution with both the name filled in and who's going to negotiate and execute. What Councilmember Laredo is suggesting.
I would separate the two. I would separate the two.
No, we did separate it. The name has been separated.
My question, Chad, is very precise. Is it in order, even if it's a sense of the council, and notwithstanding the vote, that we move resolution by consensus, the selection by consensus, so it stays on the record as a difficult decision, but one that we disagreed agreeably and did the best we could. And you're absolutely right, Katie. You did an extraordinary job, and first time is had discipline. I really took it literally, and I followed the requirements that I advertised. But you did a great job, and I thank you for that. I just want to cross that bridge. My motion is to see if we can get it by unanimity.
No, the answer is no. The answer is no. But the way that you accomplish your goal is that you want there to be a 7-0 vote to show that there's uniformity with the council behind this candidate that's being selected, so it's positive. And that's a very common thing that councils do when they select an employee, even though there might be divisiveness on the selection.
So that's what I'm moving.
7-0. We've now voted 7-0 to approve.
Oh, it was 7-0?
7-0, correct.
I apologize.
Ignacio and I both came around and.
Thank you.
Well, who was the other person?
I stand corrected.
Everybody said yay. Nobody said nay. So let's move.
Okay. So now we need to have authorization. Who is going to negotiate and execute the employment letter with?
I moved Brett Moss as the vice.
Second.
I would like to be part of that team.
Well,
so the only way to be part of that is we could have sunshine meetings then if there was more.
Well, if you don't honor me with that additional work, then that's your will, then I will attend all the public hearings. I'm sorry to hear that.
Do you really want this to be a public meeting?
Councilmember Laredo, do you want this?
Yes, I don't mind working with Moss. I don't mind working with
Do you want it on your own?
I could do it on my own or with Moss. I just want to continue the spirit of cooperation and trying to bring this person along in a difficult job in the different times. That's all. Offering to help. It'd be better formally, but if you decide no.
I mean, I can bring something back and have it sent to. I mean, it's going to be sent to all the council members, anyways.
Well, anyway, my wish is yes to be involved, and whatever that means in negotiations.
Yeah, I think everybody's going to be involved no matter what, right?
Okay, well, you know what I mean. Yeah. In the meeting. So if that the consensus of my colleagues, if they don't want me there, that's fine. I'll just attend the every meeting by sunshine law. And I'm sorry to hear
no, why can't we?
Well, we have to.
I'm willing to allow them to work together as a unit.
But
really all those meetings would have to be sunshine.
But they'd have to be sunshine.
It's just not efficient. That's all. I mean, this.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I agree with that. That's we're talking. So if
you're having a hard time putting me in anything, it's okay. I'm a big boy. I'm reading the TV. It's all right, guys. It's all right. Guys,
we have to all approve
coming from.
Right. And
it's all right. all right.
Yeah.
So what's the will of the council that,
I mean, I made the motion on Brett and it was seconded by Ed. You know, you tell me, Ed, you know, it's, how do we feel? What do you guys want to do?
I mean, I would rather go for efficiency, not to bring this into sunshine if we don't have to, but it's going, whatever I come back with, it's going to be going back to, I get disconnected. You guys hear me?
No,
whatever we come back with, you know, that's going to be Laredo, Councilmember Laredo's hand and everybody's hands. And you guys give me feedback. You tell me, no, that's not good enough. And I'll have to go back. But if we do it in sunshine, it's just going to take a lot longer. I don't know.
well, this is very educating few minutes. It reinforces some of the stuff that people have been telling me. So it's been a very learning meeting for me. So the answer is no, you don't want me to be on negotiating.
Well,
it's ready. Keep going, Mr. Mayor. It's okay. I got the message.
I think the concern is that typically when we go,
I'm ready to move on.
Please let me finish. But that when we negotiate, we have one person so that it doesn't have to be in the sunshine. But I wonder if there is a way. It sounds like you have probably very valid things that should be included.
Who has been involved from day one here in details? Councilwoman Petros. She would be the logical person to do this negotiation. But
we're just negotiating a price. I mean, what?
She has spent more time and more energy in this process than you or I or all of us combined.
But how do you know that? How do you know how much time I spent on it? You don't know how much time I spent on it.
Mayor, let's move on.
We haven't had the vote yet. We're still in
I'm sorry.
We're still in discussions.
Okay.
You know. All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries.
Now we need
Can I
a
make
resolution.
a suggestion that anyone that has very specific things they would like to be included in this contract, that you email them through the clerk to Brett so that he has them, so that when he brings back a potential contract, that it is evolved to include everyone's suggestions.
Just for clarifying, I don't think it's a contract. It's just an employment letter, and we're going to be discussing
the terms.
The terms. Right.
You know, it's McCormick. It's fine and dandy to talk about a contract. Negotiations are negotiations between human beings talking. The draft of the last letter, I would like to be in that process. You have ruled that you don't want me, and that's it. It's not getting the letter at the end. I'd move this thing to try to get a consensus, but it gets bounced back. I get it. It's very educational, and I look forward to working with her nevertheless. Hopefully she will do us proud to vote for her, and I'm happy that it was by consensus. I'm ready to move on there.
Okay. So now we need to move the entire, Councilmember.
It looks like Ed has something to say.
Councilmember London, you're not muted.
I'm not muted. I am muted? No, I'm not muted.
No, you're not.
The only thing I'm saying, why are we looking for a contract? There's no reason to have a contract.
We're not. We're having an employment letter.
Fine.
Misspoke.
Okay.
So let's just have one motion on the full resolution now, and then we'll move on to the next item.
Moved. I need a second.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
Motion carries. Mr. Mayor, if I can get a chance just to say a few words.
Please. And thank you.
I wanted to thank Mr. Mayor, yourself, all of council, of course, Conchita Alvarez, for giving me this opportunity to serve you and the community. And I hope that I can be of some help with the onboarding. Whatever Ms. Cook will require, I'm at her service. And thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Peter. You've done a yeoman's work during difficult times, so thank you.
May I make a suggestion that we take a brief recess? We do it sometimes. It might be a good time. Go to the bathroom, take a break.
Yeah, good idea.
That's fine.
Good idea.
Take a 5-minute recess. We'll come back at 8:35. Okay, who are we missing?
Councilmember McCormick.
Councilmember McCormick and Vice Mayor.
I'm back.
Okay. Is Councilmember Petros? I thought she popped on. She pop on, pop off? All right, let's give him another minute. Oh, there she is.
Here.
I'm here.
Okay, everybody's here. Let's commence with the next item. Chad, are you back? Wait, the manager's not back yet. Let's give her a minute.
There she is.
Okay.
I'm here.
All right, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
We ready to go?
Okay, the next item.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, calling for a bond referendum election regarding the issuance of general obligation bonds by the village in the amount not to exceed X million for the purpose of financing the cost of mitigating the effects of sea level rise and flooding, protecting the village's beaches and shoreline, and calling for a special election on the matter to be held on November 3rd, 2020, providing requisite ballot language for the submission to the electorate, providing notice of election, and providing for an effective dates.
Moved. I need a second.
Second.
Okay, Chad, Village Attorney, you speak to this? Got a little echo in here.
I think Councilmember McCormick has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry,
No,
Councilmember.
it's okay, Chad, you can go first. I just want to be in line.
Sure. So at the last meeting, I was given direction to prepare a resolution to work with Councilmember McCormick. I worked with Councilmember McCormick and staff in preparing this resolution. We used categories and information that was from the strategic workshop. Obviously, this is before you for consideration. I know Councilman McCormick wants to give more background, so I'll turn it over to her. But the only thing from a legal perspective is the council would need to approve this tonight or no later than July 31st in order to get onto the ballot for November. So,
Councilmember,
go ahead.
I think Chad covered a lot of what I was going to say. We really studied the in-depth conversation we had at the strategic planning workshop. I watched it twice. I first want to say that I'm very proud of the work we did that day. Having watched it twice, I think we did a great job. But it's important to know that this came out of that discussion. The 3 categories that are listed here are based on that discussion. I think for consideration tonight are 2 separate items. One is the actual language and those categories and how it's worded, and we're open for input on that. And the other is the number. I know the manager and staff have been working diligently to really nail down what the needs are as they are addressed now. And I think she can speak to that and is prepared to. So, but I think really we're looking at 2 separate things. I don't think there's a huge need for a lot of discussion. We've had a lot of discussion on it over the past months and certainly the past hours. But so if the manager wants to go towards the number, and then people, if they have comments on either the language or the number, that would be appropriate discussion.
Yep.
Madam Manager, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember McCormick. So the preface that Chad and Allison provided is exactly what we did at the retreat. Staff had provided a list of all of the projects that had been contemplated through 2020 vision plan, through different master plans that existed. The feedback that we got ultimately distilled to what we called option D, or the majors, if you will. Those projects in those buckets fit into the categories that are before you in the referendum resolution title in particular. So mitigating the effects of sea level rise and flooding. So we need to address the flooding. Protecting the village's beaches and shoreline. We need to address the beach and hardening infrastructure to the effects of hurricanes. So based on the work that we did at the retreat, we put together some cost estimates. Basically, I'll go from the first item. So to address the flooding, to Councilmember Laredo's earlier point, the village has already authorized a fee that will support the stormwater master plan improvements, in particular, $18 million worth of underground infrastructure for stormwater, which is the first 6 years of a 10-year plan. That is funded through the Stormwater Utility Fund. That is not part of this discussion. So with regard to the first item, mitigating the effects of sea level rise, we've put forth a roadway improvement complete streets plan. And I'll briefly go over the buckets, if you will, the tranches that we've identified and the costs that have been identified. And then I have staff can get into the technical details about what these projects would look like. So basically the roadway improvements, we're looking at an estimate of about $1.90 per square foot, which equates to about $1 million per mile. The project schedule would follow the stormwater master plan improvements. So as we dig up a road to do the underground infrastructure to address the flooding, when we recreate the profile of the street, we would address the elevation of the street, we would address the swales to ensure that they are properly recessed and graded to serve in a capacity to improve resilience and flooding. We would also address things like sidewalks, street lights, trees, so the entire profile of the street. So that's the first bucket. Second bucket, protecting the village's beaches and shoreline. So we came up with a cost estimate based on data that we have from our coastal engineers, based on research that we've done over the past few months and the feedback we received at the retreat. So basically we assumed, for purposes of this referendum, a truck haul of 50,000 cubic yards at 3.4 million, and then an offshore breakwater with a hard cost of 10.3 million, and then about 2.1 million in soft costs. We do anticipate that this initial work will require some seagrass mitigation. So we included 7.5 million for that cost. So our initial out-of-pocket cost is 23.3 million. So again, it's the initial haul, the breakwater itself, hard and soft costs, as well as the seagrass mitigation. So you're looking at about 23 million. In order to compare apples to apples, in the event that we get into the Army Corps 50-year shoreline project, which is our goal, but if we fail to become a party to that 50-year program, I wanted to be able to explain to the council and the community the anticipated cost over the 50-year life of that project. So initially, we have the $23 million investment, and the assumption we made was that our nourishment frequency would be reduced because of the breakwater protecting our beaches. And so we assumed 6 nourishments over the 50-year period, and then we assumed 4 seagrass mitigation events over the 50-year period. So the total project cost of shoreline and beach protection over this long-term period, we estimated about 65 million. The most immediate cost would be for the initial haul, the initial breakwater, and the initial mitigation, which is what would potentially fall under protecting the village's beaches and shoreline in this referendum. So 23.3 million. The third tranche or bucket, if you will, or category under this referendum language calls hardening infrastructure to the effects of hurricanes. So we took the total cost pursuant to the village's undergrounding of utilities master plan with certain improvements, including the Vista style switch cabinets and a couple other things, including removal of poles, including any acquisition of easements that we need, recording of easements, things like that. About 50 million. We backed out of the cost what we anticipate FBL would pay under the current tariff structure. So this is assuming no white horse comes in and bails us out of anything, assuming that we have to pay the total hard costs and soft costs associated pursuant to the master plan from the engineers that the village contracted. The split there would be about 35 million of village obligation and 14 million under the FPL tariff, which would be paid by FPL. So roughly to recap and kind of summarize a number, mitigating the effects of sea level rise and flooding, 40 million, protecting the village's beaches and shoreline, 23.3 million, hardening infrastructure to the effects of hurricane, 35.2 million, for a total of 98.5 million, or approximately 100 million. And we're happy to take any questions.
Michael.
Councilmember London?
What I think we should also consider, which would save us money, is to add the refunding of the bond issues we have today for longer maturities and probably a lower rate. That would increase the total bond issue of the GO, but it would actually lower our costs for the existing debt.
Okay. Anybody want to speak?
I have a question for the manager.
Councilmember
Let me see if,
then Councilmember McCormick.
or the attorney. This resolution, having failed to persuade you on the other presentations that I made about timing of this thing, because the letter of this resolution is like, it's very well drafted for referendum, because who is against sea level rise and flooding and hardening and beaches, etc. It's motherhood, apple pie, and Santa Claus. Well, let's get down to numbers. The infrastructure on flooding, you answered earlier that we have within the cap to accomplish that. Yes or no?
Correct, and I made that
Okay.
distinction.
All right. Because I thought I heard you say that the so-called mitigating or flooding is 65 million.
I said 40 million, which is the profile of the roadway after the underground infrastructure.
Okay, just tell me how much. I'm not talking about undergrounding.
Correct, me neither.
I'm talking about the so-called, hardening of the flooding and beach result. I thought you said 65 million.
Yeah.
Did I hear you wrong?
No.
No, the shoreline, 65 million over the 50-year period.
Okay, so 65 million.
Over the 50 years.
And for undergrounding?
Rounded to 50.
50, so that's $115 million.
No, for the purpose of this bond, the 65 million is not the number.
Okay.
No, that's not.
Be clear about that.
Let me just ask you, this resolution has in blank, let me back into it because I'm not too intelligent with all these brilliant minds speak. What is the amount that we're gonna put on the bond referendum?
That is the decision that is before the council.
Okay,
Did you give the number that you came to with?
That's why I'm asking her, what is the number you're suggesting? You're our manager, not.
Right, so based on, 98.
The whole premise of this is that we had a retreat, which we created a Christmas tree of things we wanted. My difference is I like the Christmas tree. We're in difficult times. I want to find out what is essential, necessary, and critical. So we lost that battle already. I want to know what the numbers are. So you're asking people to vote expenditures of what? 65 plus 50, I get 115 million. And any of these projects shovel ready?
So to clarify, sir, you're talking total project cost, which is over a longer time period. What we're talking about is the numbers, so that we're clear, is 40 million for the roadway improvements, 23 million for the beach and the shoreline, and 35 for hardening of infrastructure to the effects of hurricane.
So what is the total, madam?
98.5.
98. So
right.
Close to $100 million.
I see you, Ignacio.
Right? And what you're asking us, that is the amount that's going to go under the blank on the resolution? Maybe maybe the attorney can guide me through.
So the resolution is written that it would be a not to exceed 98 or 100 million, whatever the number you choose, yes.
So we're asking people to undertake $900 million, and we're
198 million or 100 million was what was discussed.
98. I rounded it up to 100, and that is what they're going to vote for in their bond.
That's what they will vote for debt to be issued in series.
To acquire $100 million in debt.
Over time, yes. Not
Over
at one time, but over time.
Yeah. And the only project in this thing that is necessary, urgent, and is ready to start work is the flooding, for which we do not need this resolution. So what's the logic of this process? I'm at a loss. I mean, all those projects I support. It's just a question of what can we afford it and what can we afford today?
Councilmember London.
Excuse me, I'd like Benjamin to give us the number for the bond refunding to add to whatever we agree to, because I think it's in our best interest to, we're going to have a GO bond to include the refunding of all the existing debt.
So Benjamin and I know that's something that is important, and I think we will do that. I don't know if I don't have that number readily available. If Benjamin
shouldn't take him more than 5 minutes to do it.
Right.
I can't do it in 5 minutes.
No, Benjamin can do it in 5 minutes.
Benjamin can do it. Well, then you can do it off the top of your head, I imagine.
Benjamin?
Ed, I don't have the numbers right now. Can I take the 5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Well,
yeah, take 5 minutes if you would.
Can I ask a question about this while he does that?
Yes, Councilmember.
Can I ask you, so would you then want to change the language to include that refinancing? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, I would. No, I just added the bond issue, the total number of dollars. Yes, to PLC, yes, to add the refunding.
But you're asking people to authorize that. So Chad, are there words left?
It is assume it's in the best interest, more economical. The rate would have to be lower, maturity longer than we have.
So we would have to play around with the words to get to the limitation of 75 words. You know, if it's the will of the council, we'll figure out a way to do it. I just want to ask Jeff DiCarlo, bond counsel, if it's appropriate to do that in a general obligation bond issuance.
If I understand the question correctly, you're asking if we can include the concept of refunding other bonds outstanding as part of the GO question?
Yes.
No. It has to be limited to just what the general obligation bonds are going to be used for. I mean, as part of your, publicity campaign to get this passed, you can obviously say that, we're planning to do these other refundings and we expect to save X dollars on that, so it's not as bad as it looks. Whatever, but you can't put it as part of the question. No, it has to be limited to just what the GO bonds are going to be issued.
Thank you.
Well, and also, Jeff, just to clarify for the whole council, also under the law, you can't refund revenue bonds with GO debt, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, so that's the legal principle.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember McCormick, are you done? Then it's
for now.
Okay, Councilmember Segurola and then Councilmember Petros.
I just can't help but think that watching all this is theater of the absurd. The most shovel-ready project that we have, which is a stormwater, we already have the funding mechanism for it. The next closest to even remotely being shovel-ready is the undergrounding, and we're delayed on that 2 or 3 years because we haven't even done the survey. Now we're talking about taking out tens of millions of dollars of a credit line for projects that we can't even imagine. And I apologize to the manager. She has been put in an impossible position. All the numbers that she gave us, those are guesses at best, smoke and mirrors at worst. It is ridiculous. And again, my suggestion for the amount is 0, and my suggestion for the language is to delete it all. But I have no doubt this will pass. My only consolation is this will become an election issue, probably election issue number 1. And finally, we can get a word from the voters what direction they want to go in. Do they want the village to be tens of millions of dollars in debt, or are we going to be smart about how we're going to proceed over the next 20 years?
Councilmember Petros.
One of the questions I have for you, Andrea, and probably Benjamin, is how you plan. It looks like this language suggests that if we put this out there and it passes, that we will not be drawing on this money until you actually have a project, and that it's coming in tranches. Is that correct?
So this is something that Councilmember Petros and I and Benjamin spoke about this afternoon. And I think we do, and this might be a little bit of a Jeff question for the council's clarification. Can you speak to when we borrow, and let's just use round numbers if you would, let's say all of these projects, 100 million. To Councilmember Petros's question, can you speak to the principles behind borrowing in tranches versus taking all the funds at one time and keeping them without any positive arbitrage? Can you kind of set the tone on that, please?
Well, yeah, I think you asked two different questions. The start with the one on arbitrage. You can't invest the money higher than the yield on the bonds. So you basically can't make a profit and then keep it. If you're not supposed to do it at all, but if you make a mistake and do it, you have to return it to the federal government anyway. With respect to the, splitting up the projects, the real driver here is a federal tax law that says on the issue of bonds, you have to expect to spend 85% of the proceeds within 3 years. So if you can't possibly spend the 100 million in 3 years, or you don't even know what the projects are going to be, you shouldn't be issuing that. That's called overissuance of the bonds, and that's a no-no. So typically, what's done is you get the vote, issue the $100 million, but you don't do it all at once. You do it over a period of years as projects become clarified and start to be brought online. Then you say, well, over the next 3 years, we need the $23 million beach improvements, and we think we can spend that in 3 years. And you just do 23 million. So, this could be carried out over, a 10-year period where you're issuing a little each year, or it could be, you can do it all at once. You can issue the whole 100 million at once, but you better spend it in 3 years.
Okay, so then if that's the case, Andrea, how any one of these projects that we're talking about that we have these numbers on, what is your, I guess, greatest expectation of when you would be able to draw on any one of them of these ones that are covered with the GOB? That you would have a project ready to go under the umbrella of the ones that we're discussing?
So to the hardening of the infrastructure, the undergrounding, the first year we need to do the survey. So in year 2, we'd be able to begin phase, actually shovel in ground. So within 12 months of when the survey is authorized. And that I'd have to, and Jake might be able to fill in the blanks, but I'll do high levels. So there's probably, I would say, at least 25% of the hardening amount. With regard to the beaches and the shoreline, the entire proposed 23 million, we would need to do right away, assuming we don't get into the Army Corps program. So the time crunch, the timeline there is contingent on a decision from the Army Corps. If we were to get the decision today, then the entire amount would be necessary to do the offshore breakwater and the necessary mitigation and nourishment within the 3 years. And then with regard to the 40 million, it would directly correlate to the stormwater program. So I would say maybe a third of that roughly, and Jake, feel free to chime in, but I think for policy discussion, you can see a quarter of the hardening, the entire amount of the shoreline, and a third of the roadway improvements.
The last point, because you would be looking to take this money, and it sounds like the most prudent thing to do is to take it over time. Please tell us what happens with interest rates. It's not, we don't get a set interest rate. The interest rate gets impacted once you borrow the money and you have this 3-year time clock starting. Is that correct? So the interest rate would be different for each one of these ones you're talking about.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's correct. That's correct.
Absolutely. Thank you for asking.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor Moss.
I just, I hear the word shovel ready. I know that Ignacio's used that. The stormwater is not shovel ready. We're just starting design. I mean, we're not close to shovel ready. And on the top of it, a general obligation bond pays for the design part of it. We don't need to have shovel ready exact prices at the time, but we do need a budget what the price is and tell the designers that we need to have it in that budget. We do it all the time. I've been involved with Doral, putting out bids for their parks. They are using the bond money for the design part and for the construction part. They come to you and they expedite the process because they know they have a timeline. I don't think any of us are asking that we're going to spend $100 million and we just want you to give us the money today. We're asking the voters for them to make a decision to allow us up to a certain amount. So when we do have projects that come up, like the beaches and other projects that come up, we can take a much better rate because the general obligation bond typically gives you the best rate. We can go after those to save taxpayers' monies in order to improve properties, and what Councilmember London said so eloquently before is that we love Key Biscayne. We need to invest in it. We need to protect it. And these are projects that we know in the next 30 years that we're going to need to do. So this is the time when we have the lowest rates to start asking these questions. And I'm hoping that the people are going to be for it.
Councilmember McCormick.
I heard that.
I see you, Councilmember Loretta.
Maybe I forgot the word, but something about ridiculous or something like that. What I think that we really have to focus on here that's kind of a ridiculous thing is to act like this is some sort of a new idea. The majority of our neighboring cities have already done this. And for a lot of them, their property values went up this year and last. And I hear from residents within our community who know our community, love our community, that they're afraid and they're hesitant to reinvest in our own community. That what's kind of ridiculous to me is this idea that we're going to spend money to put up billboards to attract people from New York City to move here. Do we think that they will not look under the hood and say all these other coastal cities have resiliency bonds? This one doesn't. They don't have plans in place. This is something that we don't have to agree on, but we absolutely have to ask our residents if this is what they want. And I think that's what we're doing, and I think it's a responsible thing.
Councilmember Laredo, I'm sorry.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Councilman Petro, for asking the question. The interest rate is at the time of the draw. Is that not correct, Benjamin?
No.
Gentlemen, correct me then.
It's the time of the issue.
Well,
Benjamin, can you speak to that? Or I'm sorry, Mr. DiCarlo, can you speak to that?
Oh, sure. Yes, at the time that you issue the bonds is when the interest rate is set. So whatever rates are when you're in the market is the rate you're going to get.
For the life of the bond.
Yes.
Yes, it's fixed for the life of the bond, right?
In terms of the actual cash obligation, or in other words, the draw from the line of credit, use it to things that people can understand. Since we do not have anything that is ready to spend this kind of money, the undergrounding is going to be a minimum 3 years. And if you want more on it, I'll be happy to tell all of you that's going to be the case. And having crossed the bridge that flooding is being resolved, it's in the process. And maybe the word shovel ready is not correct, but it's on from and funded. The one thing that we will withdraw from this line of credit is what normally? What is the first draw on a bond issue?
Was that directed?
For the financial advisor?
Financial advisor or a CFO or manager, people.
CFO, okay, or the manager. Let's go to the manager.
The design.
Our FA is on this call if we need to ask for a question.
Okay.
Well, very simply, manager, why don't you answer me? What is the first draw on a bond issue? Day one, when you close the things in downtown Miami or New York in a big office
We
of lawyers.
talked about this at the last meeting, your cost of issuance, which is your bankers and your lawyers.
Thank you. So you pay the bankers and the lawyers on day one, and that is an acquired debt out the door. So the rest we just park there until we feel that that we need it. Now let me just give you. You alluded to the theater of the absurd, Ms. McCormick. I am just as interested as you are in addressing all of these issues. It does look at the theater of the absurd, or a Fellini movie if you like the cinema, because we have had. This is not this crisis now that I already spoke. We have had 3 consecutive years of declining assessed value and market value, sharp declines. In the meantime, our budget has gone from 34 million to a proposed 36 million. If you want to go back 10 years, because some of the people in this council have been around in 10 years on the council or in other offices, we've gone from $25 million budget to propose 36. That is an enormous increase in growth of government. I don't know what your experience is, but I've never seen that growth. So everybody talks about efficiency and everybody talks about, I'm into, including my friend, Mr. London, but every time an opportunity comes to cut, somehow we don't do anything. So people need to know, and they will know, that this is in fact the theater of the absurd. This is in fact a Fellini movie, and it is irresponsible in light of the current crisis, but this is a crisis that has been coming on for the last 3 years. And I predict you that this is going to be on a 4th year, even unfortunately, lower prices on both market value and assessed value. So in the meantime, we're going to adjust somehow by acquiring debt, responsibility, we're going to make market value go up. Now you try to figure that one out. And the history is very clear on the trajectory of the out of control growth of expenditure of this council or this village. And that is why, folks, people put that thing on the charter to try to have some control on spending. Mr. London, we've gone from 28 million in 2015 to 36. That's $11 million in our budget in 5 years, Mr. London. And some of you are served longer. So, at least let's be honest about how we feel and drop efficiency and drop about fiscal responsibility. And we'll see. We'll just see.
Councilmember London.
Thank you, Luis. Great speech.
Yeah, that's right. It is a great speech.
You're a great speaker. I appreciate it.
Yes, all right. It's okay. You are a great, you know what.
But anyway, one of the things, answering your question, besides the cost of issuance, you're not going to raise that money or issue the bonds until you have a project, number one. Number two, besides the lawyers and the bond counsel and the underwriters, you're also going to raise money for the design and development of the project. So the engineering design, that's your first draw usually, before you're actually getting into hard costs. You're involved with soft costs, engineering, surveying, all those other items that take place. In regards to budgets and everything else, yes, I happen to agree with you completely. And maybe this year you'll follow suit and support me in cutting the budget. I'm looking forward to it.
Every opportunity I give you, you vote against me. Mr. Rob, that first draw, you're a developer.
You're a joker, baby. You're a joker.
Mr. London, you're a developer.
Look at the history.
All right, guys, let's keep it. Let's keep.
Mr. London, no, we're going to talk frankly now. People want frankly. Mr. London, the first draw, well as a developer, not as a banker, means the first draw on the loans goes to the developer. They take their profits on day one. So don't get me started, Mr. London. But anyway, I'm here to try to protect the taxpayers' money on a very difficult time they're going through, and we just seem to be oblivious to it. Maybe I'm not in tune with the same people you are, but there are people with high executive titles and salaries in this village that are being laid off as we speak. Between 5 and 30%. I've done a survey, including. I told you that the largest private employer in Dade County, the Baptist Health System, their executives have taken a 15% cut. In cases more, voluntarily. And we're going in the opposite direction. It is seriously.
Councilmember London, were you done?
Listen, he's told me everything. Nothing else.
Councilmember Petros is up next.
Luis, I just want wanted to ask you, obviously you're aware of our concerns about the bigger projects, and I heard that you support them.
I do.
But this isn't the path that you would take. So what do you think is
and
a
the
prudent
timing,
path?
Petra, and the
Well,
timing.
no, but I'm just asking, I'd like to know your thought process on how you would approach this if you had all 7 votes, basically.
I would, as I've told the manager, people are hungry. You know, my little pet fights, but they have a significance. For example, the very courageous decision we all 7 took in acquiring and spending $4 million or so for the Harbor Park. And we didn't even have a sign. But people love to say this is where we're invested. People are very obsessed, rightfully so, about flooding. I was out of town when the Islander News pictures came out with people skating and water skiing in our, that's the reality of the people I know. And that project should be our priority this year, which is we already have it funded. We don't have to make any changes. People don't have to make a decision. I agree. I'm an original undergrounder, Kath, from 25 years when I was in the Public Service Commission. It's just the wrong time. I am not, my experience tells me, and please learn from each other, that whenever government has money without earmark, as I call it in budget preparations in the country, when it's not earmarked, it shall be moved. And in Miami, I already gave you 2 examples. It happened with Parks for People bond issue, and it happened in the lottery approval process. So history is facing us with a reality that we somehow are ignoring. And next year, we may be, by a miracle, in a lot better position, and I will vote for this and campaign for it. This is wrong, the wrong message. We talk about all our communities, so we are in this together. We're on this together. Well, it seems to me the one who wants something is the taxpayer, and I think it's the wrong direction. I support all of the projects that are here highlighted. I support it. You know that I had a fight on undergrounding. It's just not the right time, and we're not ready.
Can I answer your question?
Hold on 1 second. Councilmember Segarola, we got Vice Mayor Moss, and then you're up.
Okay. I just want to echo what Councilmember McCormick said. You know, people talk about property values constantly. You know, our property values are going down. The money that's coming in is going down. That is a result. It's a result on what we do, and people want to have higher demand and want to buy in places that are being protected and that these projects are going forward. They want to see this done. This is much better, I think, than putting some marketing campaigns out there, but to show people and put our money where our mouth is and show people that we are doing the things to protect our future. And that will push more people to buy more properties here. I hear it all the time that people are starting to think of not buying properties. And they want to know what we're doing. And again, we seem like we're always stalled. We can't make decisions. We're always talking about cutting. I think the message is horrible that we keep talking about cutting and not doing projects. People don't want to hear that. I understand we have to be conscious about people who are going through hard times during a issue that we're having that's a macro scale issue, a global scale issue. I'm in hopes that we will bounce back, but that should be short term. In the long term, looking very, very into the distance, we need to keep our eyes focused on the things that we need to get done. This general obligation bond, I think, is you may be correct, Councilmember Laredo. This may be a difficult time to get something passed, and I think we need to look at that closer of how we word it and what the implications are if it doesn't get passed. But I still think that the majority of the people who live here are going to want to push this forward. So that's my 2 cents, and I think we should probably move on soon.
Councilmember Segarola.
Katie, just to answer your question very easily, you do one project at a time. 530 Cranon has been stagnant for 10 years. We haven't figured out what to do with a park that went from what, $500,000 to $1.5 million? And now you're telling me we and future unknown councils are going to figure out how to spend $100 million of a credit line. That is impossible. The manager's office cannot manage all of these projects at the same time. That is impossible. The closest thing we have to doing is stormwater, and Brett is right. It is not shovel ready. So if that's not shovel ready, what the heck do you call all these other fantasy projects that we're discussing tonight? Undergrounding has been stagnant for 2 years because we couldn't agree how to fund it. So that means we stopped doing a survey, which is necessary, which will take an entire year
before FPL takes another year to tell us how much it will even cost. With this history, which is called reality, now we're talking about $100 million bond for fantasy projects over 10 years. This is theater of the absurd. You want to deal with you have a problem with resiliency, with flooding, with undergrounding, whatever, you do one at a time so that we as a council and the residents know what they're getting themselves into. They know what they're paying for. They know why their taxes are going up, and decisions can be made intelligently. You don't take a shotgun approach and say, gee, give me $100 million. I'll figure out how to spend it. This is absurd.
All right. Did I get everybody?
Let's just keep in mind that this absurdity is what every other city around us is doing.
All right. And I also want to say, look, there's been some points made about property values and how our budget was 25 or 26 million in 2011. Let's remember that our preliminary taxable value was $5.4 billion at that point. We're now approximately $8.2 billion. That's about $2.8 billion more in value over 10 years. And that's because we invested in this community. The whole reason the 1% came out was because there was a reaction to people wanting to invest in a community center. So people wanted to put this stop on the ability of the village council to responsibly spend. And that village community center is one of the jewels of this community. It's why people come here. And to Councilmember Segarola's point, you're absolutely right. We have to do more. We have to get things done. But we're not, because people hem and haw, and we don't. And that goes to Councilmember Laredo's point. Let's put process in place and let's get through them. We need to do the stormwater. We have to get through the beaches. We have to do all of these projects. We've got to stop just saying, well, we're going to put it off until next year, because it's going to be too late. There was a speaker, Jan Dillo, spoke to the rates. We also have to speak to what are people thinking about our community? Do they want to invest in this community? Our roads look like garbage, frankly. Somebody, I think I brought it up last week. Somebody said they look terrible. We need to invest. We need to take the long-term look at this island, and this is one of those steps. So I support this bond. I think the number is a question I have, and I would like to say, I would also like to add, if possible, another item for us to another bucket, I guess we're calling them, which would be to develop parks and open spaces, because I think over the next 5 years, probably less, probably next year or two, we're going to see an opportunity to get involved in either Crandon Park or on Virginia Key with regard to open space, to playing fields, which is something that this island critically needs, and we've been not looking at of late. But it's a big issue for this island. As our younger population grows, we have to be figuring out what we're going to do for those fields, because that's a serious concern down the road. So that is what I would ask. That would be language that I would like to see added to the resolution. But the number, I guess, is the number one thing for us to discuss right now.
Okay, is there a vote on the table? Is there a
I guess
number
that's the question. Is there a number proposed? Madam Manager, what was the number you proposed?
So based on the projects that I outlined, I think around 100 is the simplest for the public.
Okay. And I would say, Ed, what's your thought on that?
I'm all for it. Since we can't do the refunding, I'm for the 100. And obviously, this is just authorizing us to do the 100.
Understood.
We might never do the 100.
That's right.
It just gives us the right to do 100. And when we need to do the things, not tomorrow, but when they are ready.
That's right.
I think it's actually giving the voters the right to vote on whether.
That's my point. Exactly right. They get to decide if they want to move, if they.
Do I want these projects? And if they want these projects, is the estimated cost.
Correct. Can we call the question, please?
You're muted, Pete.
Sorry. Mayor Davey?
Yes.
Please repeat the question for everybody before people vote.
The question is, it's basically authorizing for $100 million. Would you like me to read the whole resolution over?
Yes.
Yeah, just do that, please.
All right. A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, calling for a bond referendum election regarding the issuance of general obligation bonds by the village in an amount not to exceed $100 million for the purpose of financing the costs of mitigating the effects of sea level rise and flooding, protecting the village's beaches and shoreline, and hardening infrastructure to the effect of hurricanes, calling a special election on the matter to be held on November 3rd, 2020, providing requisite ballot language for submission to the electorate, providing notice of election, and providing for an effective date.
I'm sorry. So to be clear, that can I have it? I mean, Chad, does it make a difference if I have my develop parks and open space in there, just to, because I don't want to have at some point down the road we get an opportunity, we want to borrow the money. Is that a problem?
I mean, if it's the will of the council to add that as a bucket, we can add it as a bucket. We may need to tweak the question a little bit to just make sure we're within the 75 words, but we'll.
Is that acceptable to everybody?
I'm personally not a fan of that. I think that muddies the waters. I think this is specific to resilience.
Fine. I withdraw.
Yes. Yeah, I agree with
I withdraw it.
Me too.
Withdraw. Okay, let's call the question. Yeah.
All right, Mayor Davey?
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo?
No.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mose?
Yes.
Councilmember Petrois?
Yes.
And Councilmember Segurola?
No.
Motion carries. All right.
Next
item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Hilltop Securities Incorporated for financial advisor services, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Move. Second.
All right. I know that Hilltop, I cut them off before. I know there's a gentleman here to speak for Hilltop. I don't know if there's anybody from Estrada,
There is.
Okay. So why don't we have the gentleman that I cut off first and then Lourdes after that?
Why are we doing this?
Because they wanted the chance to speak at public events and I cut them off.
Okay.
Sir?
Yes, my
Go ahead.
Yes, hi, how are you guys?
Fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm probably not going to go through the whole speech I had done. I know it's getting late. Everybody's getting tired. I just want to let you guys know that we are here to answer any questions you have. We were on the June 12th meeting as well, and we wanted to answer some poignant questions that were brought up. But at that point, we really weren't recognized. So we thought maybe the public comment was the best way to do it. Certainly, we appreciate the opportunity to speak. We think that the proposal we sent in and the memo I sent in the council on the 12th probably speaks to our overall experience and the services that we are going to provide. But again, if you have any questions specifically for us, we'd love to answer them. And I say us because Alex Pagalo, my colleague, is also on the phone. But anything you have, please ask.
A question I have, if I may, Mayor.
Certainly.
At your financial advisory services, if you were to be hired, would not include advice from a financial hands-off way, or whether to proceed with this or not. You're proceeding on the basis of a bond issue. Is that correct?
Councilmember, yes, that's correct. We have a fiduciary responsibility to the village once we are hired as municipal advisor. And so our job is not to tell you whether—
Would your advice be not to issue it? Would there be circumstances where you would say, this is not advisable from the fiscal responsibility from an expert to proceed with this in 2 months?
100%. We have advised that before, and sometimes that advice is taken, sometimes it isn't. Our job is to advise you of what a financing would look like and what the current market conditions warrant. And, from there, it's more of your guys' decision of whether or not you want to proceed with that.
As it relates to fees, may I interrupt you because of interest of time? As it relates to your, because I know that there is a small fee, but or monthly thing that is included, but at the end of the day, you work off the fee on the total, the gross number of the bond issue. And if the answer is yes, what is the percentage that the investment banker would take?
Well, are you talking about an investment banker or are you talking about us?
Well, do you have a
Because
fee?
there's two different things.
Okay, well, let me rephrase the question. do you get a fee or whatever else you may call it in financial terms upon issuing of this bond issue? And in fact, isn't that the biggest part of your compensation?
Typically, most municipal advisory contracts are transaction-based fees. So typically we are paid a portion of cost based on whatever transaction is issued. There's other fees that go involved sometimes, and sometimes there aren't. We proposed a small retainer fee and a transactional-based fee as our proposal. We also proposed an hourly fee because that was asked of us. But yes, I would say that most of the fee we would generate would be transactional based.
Well, I mean, we know, let's just be very frank, we're talking about $500 a month is your fixed fee?
Correct.
Madam Manager? You're not here for $500 a month.
Correct.
So
I'm not aware.
Right, of course not. And so my question becomes, what is the normal fee that you, or a company like you, not you personally, I'm just trying to understand systems, would make upon issuing $100 million? What is the percentage fee?
How much a bond?
Is it a point? Is it half a point?
Our percentage fee of bond for the $100 million issuance was approximately, well, we would charge, because I have it on the memo, $62,000 for the transactional fee and $6,000 for a retainer.
So for taking us through issuing, you would charge $62,000. Is that a
Correct.
fixed number, or is?
If it's $100 million, yes, that is fixed. It is a sliding scale which goes down as the par amount goes up. And the reason for that is, to be perfectly honest, a $100 million issuance doesn't take considerably more amount of time than a $20, $30, $40 million issuance. They all go through the same hoops. So as we get to a bigger par amount, we charge less.
Yeah.
Anybody else? I mean, I'll say that, you know, Andrea, I'm leaning towards your recommendation. You're the one working in there, and what you need on. I don't, from what Councilmember Laredo, what you said, I mean, I think the $100 million may be just a number for reference, but we wouldn't be pooling a $100 million bond at one time. We'd be looking at certain projects and pooling those.
No, but Vice Mayor, you're not understanding that they get their money.
No, I understand.
That is my reference from first draw.
Yeah.
Lawyers and bankers, cash, they like cash the day that we close. In fact, there is an exchange of checks at the table.
That's a cost of doing business that you can't avoid. I mean, I don't know if there's a way to avoid
I'm trying to get the most for the bucks.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions here?
Let me just clarify what you're saying, Luis, is that these people get paid on the full amount of the bond issuance. It's not cut up in chunks because it's based on what we go for. Is that correct or not?
No.
Yeah, they either have.
That is not correct.
You have to really read the fine print. They have all kinds of flexibility in terms of fees, which is usually either a percentage. He says that he has a fixed thing. I want to read more about it. A fixed amount. Let's just take away the word fee. A word fee implies I am entitled to 0.05% of the total issuance, $100 million. So do lawyers in bond issues, generally speaking. So he is saying that no matter what, needless to say, some of us have been around, bond issue stuff is about 80% boilerplate, just like our $600,000 utility undergrounding study was 80% boilerplate, and the rest is fine tuning. This is $35 million company, not that big. And so I'm afraid when you talk about fees and sliding fees, because, you know, just like we missed it on the parks in Miami, you got to read a fine print. But clearly, and I am a super capitalist. I'm not criticizing them. That's the nature of the business. And I want to make sure that every cent is counted, so we don't have any misunderstanding and subsequent lawsuits, etc. And he says, that's on the record, that if this goes through, which we hope it doesn't, they will be entitled to a total of $64,000 plus $500 a month.
I think that
That's
this would be.
62,000.
What's that?
Sorry, 62,000 for the record. And again, that is for $100 million issuance.
Yeah,
if you
the
issue
same-
$20 million,
they-
he would be nothing, would not be close
Yeah.
to that.
May I remind you that you just said, or your colleague, that the work, that's why we have Slide Care for 20 million is about the same that for 100 million. Come on, let's be honest. So it's not, the 100 million does not affect terribly your work. But that's okay. That's the nature of the business. I just want to make sure that it's clear that it has no fee, no sliding fee, none of other wars that sneak out and people vote for parks and then they have a shopping center. We better be careful. I'm going to do everything possible that it doesn't happen, but if it does, that we don't go into a contract where it's sort of an open-ended thing. But we'll cross that bridge. But I think he just answered 64,000, and that's it, and $500 a month.
Isn't it true that we would get charged? I mean,
Plus
we're
expenses.
the question on the
travel
table
expenses.
right now is who's going to be our financial advisor, correct?
Yes, exactly.
So I mean, regardless of who it is, when we have a bond issuance, we're going to be charged fees.
That's right.
And
Across the business.
I agree with Brett. I would lean towards taking our manager's recommendation, in consultation with our financial officer, Benjamin, and letting them do their work.
Call the question.
Councilmember Segurola.
Just want to jump in and say I defer to the manager's judgment on this. So that's it.
Let's go to the question.
Anybody else? Call the question.
All right.
So were we not going to give Lourdes an opportunity? I mean,
Here?
I think,
I'm sorry.
she's
Lourdes,
here.
okay. Lourdes is on the call. Yeah, give her a chance. Yeah, absolutely.
Lourdes, you should be live.
Hi, Lourdes Aberdeen, 170 Ocean Lane Drive. Guys, I think I've spoken. I mean, I think you know already where I stand. I think that you know that I am the best person positioned to be your financial advisor due to the historical knowledge that I have of the village. I've gone back to headquarters and pleaded to be able to bring down fees as a result of COVID-19, the fact that your property values have gone down, the fact that you don't think you're going to need our services in the same manner that you used to, due to the fact that you have a more robust finance department and a couple of volunteer financial advisors. So I've spoken with the manager. We've adjusted our fees accordingly. At this point, I'm at your service, so it's up to you to decide what you think is going to be the best for the village.
Well, that manager, a question. Your contract, it starts with them if it's approved at what date?
The effective date, I have to look at the contract on the effective.
It can't be before November, right? Because we don't need to know the people who authorize this.
It can be before November. Bear with me here. So the effective date, effective immediately upon adoption, is the reso. What are your thoughts? Are you trying to hold off on the?
No, if the people vote against it, why do we need to contract the financial?
Well, we have
advisor?
stormwater bond that we're talking about. I thought we're not talking about the 100 million.
Right. So no matter what, sir, we still need to move forward on the issuance for the flooding improvements.
So to what Ms. Aberdeen just said, manager, what was the discussion and where was that? Has that changed anything about any of this?
No.
I was talking to the manager, Ed.
With regard to Lourdes's pricing?
Lourdes's pricing and recommendation of the manager.
Right. So I appreciate that Lourdes went back to her her organization, but I feel strongly that the integrity of the process is important, and my recommendation stands as it was.
Why? What do you mean by I'm sorry, clarify that just a minute.
So there were proposals in a competitive open process, and we evaluated the proposals and ranked them based on many criteria in addition to price, not just including price, and I stand by my recommendation.
Okay. Call the question.
All right, Councilmember Laredo?
No.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mullis,
Yes.
Councilmember Petros,
Yes.
Councilmember Cigarola,
Yes.
and Mayor Davey.
No.
Motion carries. Next item, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, providing for a referendum election in accordance with Section 4.15 of the Village Charter, so as to present to the qualified electors of the village the matter of approval of the creation of a new zoning district entitled Senior Living District, calling a special election on the matter to be held on the 3rd day of November 2020, providing requisite ballot language for submission to the electorate, providing notice of election, and providing for an effective date. Councilmember London.
We've discussed this previously, that people live in Key Biscayne.
Emotion.
And unfortunately, or fortunately, they're still alive when they get older. And unfortunately or fortunately, they need some help. And assisted living is the way to go when you need some help and you don't have to be in a nursing home. And there's nothing on Key Biscayne to help them. So they have to go to Coral Gables, to Fort Kendall, to the Palace or some other place. It really is unfortunate. You spend 30 or 40 years here, and then all of a sudden you need some help. You need another place to live, and you can't find it here, and you have to leave the island. And I'm not speaking for myself because I'm still young. But anyway, stop laughing, Michael.
I'm not laughing. I agree with you, Ed. I don't see you in an ALF.
Hey, Mike, really quick, I think we need to, Ed, we need to make a motion to open this up for discussion.
For discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I apologize. Let's have a public discussion on this, public comments.
No, I think what we haven't had a motion.
We haven't made a motion on the
resolution. Make a motion.
All right, I'll move.
Yes.
Second.
Go ahead.
Anyway, continuing on. So we talked to some of the people who are in this business, who provide these things, to find out what they need. And they came back with requirements, and you'll see that in the proposed ordinance. And we've left it in the manner that just gives us the right as a council to approve a site plan for an assisted living. So once this thing is passed, assuming that assuming that people vote in November to approve this, then let's say a developer, and right now, obviously the developer that's talking about is the Crossbridge Church, the old Presbyterian church, and then talking to a developer or two developers about building an assisted living facility there. With the current zoning, you can't build an assisted living facility that's economically viable. So, and that's why we propose this. If the citizenry likes the idea, they approve it, developer comes to us being the council, with their plan, and then we decide whether we like the plan, and if it fits everything, then we approve it. It's not all of a sudden say, hey, you got your zoning by right, you can do it. No, you have the right to do it, the right to submit it to us, and we have the right to approve it or not approve it. Right now, we don't have the right to approve it because it's not in our zoning code. So that's the whole purpose of this.
So if I could just add one clarification that the way the resolution is written now, it would require the property owner to take an additional step, which would be to rezone their property to this new district, or change the comp plan depending on the property if it was necessary.
Councilmember McCormick?
And then
I was going to say that I supported this, but that I would like to see it amended to say that zoning would only be allowed in the multifamily district or commercial district, because I did not see any place where I could support a building of that size and a change in density on the other side of Crandon. And so now that I've heard it's the Crossbridge, my opinion hasn't changed, and I guess it makes me not support it, but I am supportive of it in areas that are already dense with high-rise buildings.
Michael?
Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, so I mean, I have two concerns. I mean, one is whether this should be a complete new zoning or it should be a conditional zone of an existing zone that we already have that would have to be brought to council anyways. And the second question I have, We have the 55 feet above base flood elevation, 2.75 floor area ratio. I just want to know, how do we come up with those numbers? I mean, these are large numbers. It seems like almost, we would have to be careful because almost every commercial property may want to start redeveloping using these types of numbers as well. And then maybe we're left with a bunch of ALFs along our commercial properties.
Okay, Councilmember Segurola is first, and then Councilmember London.
Ed, I have some questions for you, and I'm sorry, my internet cut out a little bit while you were talking, so I'm sorry if I am going to ask you to repeat something you said. I have some experience with ALFs. My question is, just how big of a development in terms of how many units are you thinking about?
What the developers have told me, and I've talked to a number of people, architects, people who've been in the business for many years, that the minimum number of units that makes economic sense to have a luxury ALF is 100 units. They went ahead and also said that approximately the gross to net ratio is 25-75. So basically you need 25% of space just for public areas and circulation for the people in the ALF. So we're looking at a building probably be 100,000 square feet. They basically, to answer, I guess, it was Brett's question, where do these numbers come from? They came out with much higher numbers, and I said, you know what? You're whistling Dixie. There's no way in hell these will ever get approved. They were talking about a 75% land coverage. They're talking about a 6 or 7 story building. And I said, that's not going to work on Key Biscayne. I said, what is the minimum you can work with and still build a building that would be economically viable for you as an investment and also provide luxury ALF housing on Key Biscayne? So that's how these numbers came. I came down to 50. Then I went to 52. They said no, 55. So that's where the things came from, back and forth. Again, I've never built an ALF, so I'm not experienced, and I can't give you any intelligent opinion what's really necessary. But in talking to people, like I said, more than one person, there's a few big companies in this business. This is where they came to. And Allison, as far as the Presbyterian Church, I know you don't know anything on that side, but really the fact that they would be backed up against the park, up against Calusa Park, would probably make them the least objectionable of any space to be a larger building. So I don't think we should restrict it on one side, but I also thought that Chad was going to include that this does not apply to any single family or 2-family district.
Okay, if I may just,
go ahead,
I just don't want to relinquish. I just have that question. Here's my concern, Ed. Philosophically, I have absolutely no problem with an ALF. My concern was exactly what you just said. I do have some experience with ALFs, and my knowledge of luxury ALFs, you do need 100+ units to make it economically viable. And you're talking about a very large building. And we just approved a very large expansion of St. Agnes. So now you're talking about another very large building right next to this very large expansion. I just want you to know, I support the idea of an ALF on Key Biscayne. The problem is I have my limitations in supporting this are the size and the location. And we're just talking that Harbor Drive down that street, now it's just going to turn into a condo canyon. And I agree with the philosophy of previous councils that we need to limit development. If not, the flavor of this island is going to completely change.
Councilmember Laredo, then Councilmember McCormick, then Vice Mayor Moss.
I would restate what I did before at a losing cost. Is this necessary and urgent? No. Does it have to be this year when I just don't want to give you the whole speech and people are burdened? Interesting wordsmith. All of a sudden we have a senior living district, assisted living facility, or some people would just call them plain old nursery home. Obviously, nursery homes have been at the center of the corona crisis that we have been involved in. This is completely out of character of the Key Biscayne that I moved to 40 years ago. And we may have different opinions, but I think I try to keep a pretty close ear to the ground, and I have not received one citizen call or email suggesting that this is needed. This is coming from a private developer, Profit Making, which I did not until today know who he was. I'll remind our colleagues, last time we discussed this, it was charged to Mr. London to come back and make a presentation, bring a company who is experienced on this to make a presentation to us. Now we're asked to put it on, again, another blank check, a senior living district. He's had plenty of meetings. I haven't had the privilege of knowing what those meetings are, who they were with, and what is the content. We told him to come to the council and bring us so we can make intelligent decision. And now I know who the people are. And I would ask if any of you, because I'm not an expert like Figueroa, do you know of any, including what Baptist is building, a nursery home in a residential area? Can any of you tell me? Particularly a single family area, which is what McCormick was saying. Does anybody know one? Ed, do you know one?
I've experienced with one, and once it was there, the neighborhood did not feel the same. You wouldn't still describe it as a single family home neighborhood.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you. This is, again, and again, is this urgent? We would have heard, I'm sure you've been receiving emails about the budget, about the police. Have you heard? I haven't heard one regular person tell me we need an assisted living facility. It's a group of I'm a capitalist who are trying to develop a district, very interesting use of words, to bring something that is not compatible with this island, and it's not compatible particularly with this property, which is on the residential side. So I can't imagine, I don't want to use this here, they're absurd because we overplayed it. Obviously, I'm very much against it. I think it would be a mistake. And perhaps some of those people would have come up before, we would have changed our mind. So I'm strongly against this being to already overburdened electorate come November 3rd.
Okay, which is undecided. Councilmember McCormick?
I just had another
Vice
thought.
Mayor and then London.
Since now that this has come to light, where this was intended to go, I think it also, the idea of putting something there goes against the interest of the village, of the possibility of ever cooperating for use of that space for a Bayfront Park, which may or may not happen, but certainly is something that is heavily discussed and hoped for by so many of our residents. And the idea of putting this on the agenda and not having full disclosure about where this location was going to be, I think I think it's not the way that we do things. I'm not accusing it of being intentional, Ed, I see your face, but I think in the interest of transparency and everything else, this is not tonight is I think where Councilmember Laredo went and where I am.
Vice Mayor and then Petros and then London.
Yeah, I just, I just found out recently that this was directed towards one property. Originally, when I read this, I was thinking more holistically over Key Biscayne. I think there's something very nice about having an ALF inside your community. If you have parents or somebody that needs to be taken care of, they can be close to you. You don't need to have to drive all the way in. I think that's great. That's a great service to have for a community. By the way, I remember we looked at ALF at one point for selling a piece of land to a person, and they were looking at doing ALF in city of Miami, and I believe there's a 2,500 foot radius where they cannot be to each other, in proximity to each other. I don't know why that is, but there may be a very good reason that there's not too many of them. If we had that, it may bring us down to only one that could actually be built out here. But maybe we can look at this, Councilmember London, as only in certain districts as a conditional use. Maybe the religious and institutional districts are not allowed to have it, but the commercial or the or multifamily is allowed under conditional use, which would have to come to council for approval anyways. And we would see if we would want to have an ALF in that neighborhood or not, and see if it's compatible or not. So that would be an idea that I would definitely be able to support.
Councilmember Petros?
the other things that people have said, but I also have grave reservations about an ALF on that side of the island. There was a consideration before in the Garden District for a potential ALF, and I think there was also the same problem where they weren't able to get enough units and they were going to ask for a height restriction. It never actually came before a council, but I do remember that discussion. I think that we could start with a survey of our residents and determine whether people have an interest in this. I do think it's something that we certainly should look at for our community, but I think it needs to be done in a more careful, thoughtful way, and I think it should not be on that side of the island.
Councilmember London?
Basically, I did not start this thing, I don't know how many years ago, Michael. You remember, I think I brought this up, what, 6 years ago, 5 years ago?
More than that.
This is nothing new. I've been trying to get something done. It has nothing to do with the Presbyterian Church. The reason I talked to them, because they approached me, I shouldn't say they, some of the people from the church approached me with the idea that they are talking to developers about this thing, and they gave me names of the people they're talking to. So I contacted them and said, hey, what do you require? There's nothing to do with the Presbyterian Church's zoning. This is for the entire key. Obviously would not apply to the single family or two family homes. And again, it doesn't say that you can have to approve anything. What it says is there's a zone. And if in fact someone comes up with a plan that makes sense to the council, you're able to approve it. Right now, if they came up and say, this is better than motherhood and apple pie, you couldn't approve it because there's no zoning for that. So that's all I'm asking you to do. Provide the framework to give you the opportunity, you being the council, to approve something that's really good and beneficial for the island. And if you don't like it, don't approve it. If you don't want it to be at the church there, don't do it. Nobody says it has to be approved any particular place. No one says that somebody won't come up with less than 100 units. These are the people that told me 100 units. Ignacio obviously talked to people for luxury units, but you know what? Someone might come back and say, you know, we go with super luxury units, charge much more. We don't need such a big place. We can just have a much nicer place. But we couldn't even approve that because we don't have the zone. So all I'm asking you is give yourselves the opportunity to say no. Give your opportunity to say no to someone who comes to you and says, look, here's what I want to do. We say, you know what? We don't like it. No. But now we can't even say, yes, we wanted to. That's all I'm asking you to do. Just give you the opportunity to provide a use on the island for people. And you know what? If you don't like it, when they come to you, say no. That's all. That's it.
Councilmember McCormick?
I think you'd have more support if you would accept an amendment that limited it to multifamily and commercial districts.
Actually, I would just say multifamily.
I just, you know, I want
that works for me.
Can I ask a question, Mayor?
Certainly.
Am I so out of sync with I don't know what, that we're making an extraordinary change of the character of this community, whatever you think about nursery home. And it comes to us until 15 minutes ago without, well, we were supposed to get a briefing. Do you all recall that? Or am I, that Ed was going to bring a developer and talk to us about it, to a so-called district, a private initiative with no, unless you have different friends, with no push from, I haven't heard one regular person tell me we need it. And we are going to put this in the referendum of a year where people are, what you heard me say? I mean, this really, not intentionally, lack of transparency. But would you do, if anything else, would you be able to do that? And we are elected officials and we're given the choice that we're going to decide something that we don't even know where it's going to go, the better, blah, blah. I'm just stunned at the procedure here. And I would like to, if it's possible, it's in order, because of the time, I'd like to make a motion to deny this resolution.
Well, there's already a motion on the floor voted up and down. There's
I'm sorry.
There's a motion to edit. I just want to make my comments. You know, to your point, Councilmember Laredo, you made a point that why now? And I think I always like, if we're going to have to do something by referendum, and any charter change that increases density or intensity of use must go out to the electorate. I like to do it at the most popular elections because that will get the most voters out there to make a determination. And just philosophically, that's the way I feel we should be doing things. Get the voters to have as much say in what we do on these things as possible. I agree with a lot of the points that have been made. I think there would be potentially times that I would say an ALF on a, by a religious institution might be okay. I think some of the numbers here are pretty darn high. I think it's in my opinion, it was that site. So I would feel if we had the right to limit somebody's development on that site, I would feel better. I don't know if they could make it financially feasible, but that would be something. I too feel that it would be better in the Midtown area or Garden District, whatever you want to call it. To Councilmember Laredo's point, I would want this to come back at another meeting and really bore down on this, because this is a lot, and we are putting something on the charter that, as several of you have said, I think 4 of you at least have said, would potentially change the character. I'm all for ALF. I am much more aware of ALFs in the past couple of years. I think they're important. I would love to see an ALF here on this island. I want us to do it in the right manner. I want to make sure that we do it responsibly and we allow our residents, because to Councilmember Laredo's point, I can tell you I have spoken to people who want it, who are interested in the idea, not just to make money, but because they want their family members close, and it's a way to have that happen. So I would be
Mayor, may I
in the way that it is, but I think I don't know what the next step is. I don't know what the vote is. It doesn't sound like we have the votes to move forward anyway, but that's my position. Councilmember.
Mayor, may I ask, just sharing experiences. This is what I'm trying to get: tranquility and peace in this community. It's not critical. You have the right, with our approval, just next year, Mayor, to name a charter review commission.
That's fair.
And we struggled when we formed this commission, so they would be holistic. So if you do want to change the character of a thing, let's don't do it piecemeal. If we were 10 years out from the 10 years requirement, it was changed for fun. I would be more flexible, but it's not urgent. I don't see the same kind of public support. People are exhausted, and we're going to have a charter commission next 7 months from now.
Well,
that can then look at all of this.
18 months.
We have a strategic planning board. We have all these things. And council.
Well, I don't think it's going anywhere. Why don't let's take a vote on
it. But because I guess it's important to move forward.
Sorry.
For example, we do a lot of these strategic actions and stuff and studies. And she just backed into one of my points. We've been talking about giving more open spaces and green spaces to our citizens, and we've that property as a possibility. And all of a sudden, we threw that out the door. It doesn't seem, we don't follow our own kind of strategic vision. But anyway, I think it's important, as the mayor, that you keep in mind, these pressures should be less pressure, because next year you have an opportunity to name people who could look at it and make changes that are relevant. And this could be one of them, but it's not the right time. It's not the right process. For us to learn at the last minute. And, I have all the respect for everybody involved, but this is not going to reflect well on us. So I just want to see if, okay.
Understood. Can we call the vote?
Councilmember London?
Well, I'm sorry, there was a friendly amendment. Was it seconded to amend to the?
Second for the amendment. That amendment was to change it to multifamily only.
Only.
Wait.
So
speak to the amendment.
All right, so I vote for the amendment.
Councilmember London?
Speak to the amendment. I think you're limiting yourself, because possibly you'll be in a commercial area or an institutional area. Something comes up, you might want to improve it, but then you can't approve it. So I think you're limiting yourself for no reason whatsoever. It doesn't accomplish anything.
So if you won't accept it, we withdraw the amendment.
What basically we're saying is that this could happen, but if we don't want to do it, or the next council doesn't want to approve it, nothing happens. This does not give someone the right to do this. This gives them the possibility of being able to do
Chad, is that correct? If we were to say, let's say somebody came and they met all of our requirements and didn't need a single variance and came and said, we want to put a, what do they call, senior living district.
Well, I'll get them on.
A senior living district piece. We want to develop something in a senior living district. Could they do that without our?
No, the way that this question has been written is that if a property owner wanted to avail themselves of this new district, they would have to first come to the village council, and they may have to change the comprehensive plan designation depending on what it says. They will, though, have to rezone the property, which will come before the council, and then they will likely have to come before the council for site plan approval. Now, all those decisions, except for the comprehensive plan change that may be required, would require you to make findings in a quasi-judicial hearing based upon evidence that's presented. So
we would have to, if they came and met all of our requirements, we wouldn't have a choice, correct?
Well, there would have to be evidence presented to meet all those requirements.
Correct. That they met all the qualifications that we'd established. I guess, and you just said something about changing. So let's say if the church, if the Crossbridge, which is the site apparently, if they wanted to put an ALF up, they would have to change from?
They would have to rezone this property to this new district. That's the way it's written now. And possibly also amend the comprehensive plan. I mean, the way that it's written is to give discretion to the council that if somebody came in a single family home, like, you guys wouldn't approve that because it's for a variety of reasons likely. But
if they came into institutional, we might not be able to preclude them.
No, you're going to have the ability to.
This will open the floodgates, Mayor. This will open the floodgates.
I just want to know, I want it all out here. I want to be clear.
You would have the
Sounds like Ed is not accepting the amendment, so the question should be called as it is.
Okay.
Yeah, call the question.
All right, let's go. Just call the question.
Call the question.
Councilmember London? I think that was a yes.
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick?
No.
Vice Mayor Moss?
No.
Councilmember Petros?
No.
Councilmember Segurola?
No.
Mayor Davey?
No.
And Councilmember Laredo?
No.
Motion fails.
Sorry, Ed.
No problem.
I would like to bring this back, though. I think it's a Councilmember Laredo's point. I would like to talk this more, and if we do, we'll put it to the Charter Review Committee.
All right, next item, Mr. Mayor, is reports and recommendations. Mayor and council members, and scheduling a workshop for discussion of priorities for the new park on Harbor Drive. Councilmember Petros.
So what I would like to do is, there has been some work by the staff after we purchased this park, or the two pieces of property on Harbor. I believe at this point, Andrea, the houses are down, correct?
Yes. I've been through there, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have footage of the demo too, so we'll be putting out some PSAs on the process.
And we have a very nice sign. And typically and historically in our village, we schedule a workshop to get the input of all residents and what they would like to see on this park. I would like to say that we will keep this obviously under the umbrella of resiliency, because that is very important. And I think as a council, we have dedicated ourselves to start moving towards building spaces that have resilience. The meeting that happened, I think about a week and a half ago, Jake was able to tell us that ultimately, this is not right away, but ultimately, if we put the right infrastructure underneath the land, that it could impact, I believe, 60 acres and help drain 60 acres around it. Is that accurate, or am I stating that wrong, Jake?
Yeah, I'd have to defer to Jake on that.
That is accurate.
So that would include a pump, and it would include pipes underground, correct?
Correct. It will include pump, piping, network, deep injection belt.
So one of the interests of our council also is to get things in a state where residents can use them. We're not looking to spend a large amount of money, but we want to get input from residents, and we want to see what they're interested in. And I'd like to schedule a time and day to do that virtually, because we can.
I second the motion.
Okay.
Okay, what date are we talking about?
Subject to And you know, Katie, that a lot of the neighbors already passed it on to the manager. Some of them who I thought it was a proposal, they're just suggestions, including some pretty sophisticated drawings.
And we received an email, which I think is great. And I would like to make sure whoever has actually contacted us, that we give them a direct invitation to the workshop and try to make sure that as many people give input as possible. And if we could do this in the next two weeks, I would say before July 17th. And I don't know if we want to call it a workshop or a charrette. I'm not sure if it matters. Is there a distinction between those two?
I mean, a charrette is as a term of art, which is a planning process. You know, I think it's really semantics, though, in what you're planning. You know, so like a charrette is usually where you set up, I mean, in a non-COVID environment, you set up a room with easels and with boards, and you brainstorm ideas and you show different concepts. And I mean, that's maybe what you're thinking. And that's typical of what a charrette is.
I see a version of that. I mean, I really had a visual of hopefully Jake standing there with a board, being able to write down people's suggestions and input. But I defer to you, Andrea, on how you think it's best to go about the process here.
Yeah, so
in a virtual setting.
Right. So thank you for the opportunity. First, I wanted to clarify that our intention, the meeting that was held last week, I think there was a little bit of confusion as to what we were trying to accomplish. My objective and my directive to staff was to make the 530 Crandon site and make the Harbor Park site usable now within my purchasing authority. That was what we were trying to do. So unfortunately, when the item was noticed, you know, I think Jake, and I appreciate his initiative to get the community engagement. It's so important to get the community engagement, and we absolutely need the community engagement. And for those folks who have reached out to us, please continue to stay engaged and provide your feedback on this. At this point, we don't. My intention was to make the park usable. So the schematics that Jake and I kind of worked out were simply, you know, let's put $10,000-$15,000, regrade it, make sure that it's usable, lay the sod down so that it doesn't flood, so that I don't have irrigation problems, put in a couple benches, and that's it. I think what the momentum kind of picked up, and it became more than we intended it to be. So I wanted to make that clear for the record, that all we were trying to do is make it usable. I think the long-term vision, Councilmember Petros, is what you're speaking to, and we are happy to embrace and support and facilitate that process. At this point, we're not prepared for a charrette. We have not gone through a process where we have that level design. We literally just kind of sketched out some conceptuals with some local folks that would accommodate the future infrastructure projects that are going to be below ground underneath Harbor Park. So we're happy to start the process. And please help fill this in for me, but my question would be, with regard to the timing, is your intention to be able to put funding toward the development of this park in the upcoming year? Is that the desire for the expediency, or are you trying to address how we're going to make it usable?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's important sooner rather than later to get residents' input on their visions. And it's not that it would necessarily come in place right now, but as you plan this, you can have that thought process there, so that even if we're doing exactly what you said, which I support, get this up and running as quickly as possible within your budgeted funds. I think that's great. And I think also this is an opportunity to communicate, let's call it the phases of the park, and the fact that we're going to have the resiliency and some ideas that came out there. And somebody may have a great low-cost solution or idea that we don't know that they all support, and it just adds to your first stage, let's put it that way. So it isn't, I wouldn't do it with the expectation that it's formal. but I would just do it as an information gathering session, and however we want to title it, I guess, for lack of a better statement. Charrette sounds a little too formal based on what you're saying. I think people would appreciate that. And right now everybody is able to do things virtually. So we have a little more flexibility, and it really doesn't have to be something that encumbers your staff greatly. It's just a step that is really important to the community. Does that make sense?
Yeah, may I jump
Yes.
in?
Sure.
I did not know, I did not attend that meeting, although we met about getting it ready for people. My sense, and I have told the manager this, and Jake, I'm the blue in the face, people are hungry, and that was my fight for the sign, not because of the damn sign. People are hungry to see something tangible that we spend money on that is theirs. I think we ought to expedite making it usable, as long as it doesn't compromise the middle or long-term commitment. So I know that they're not mutually exclusive. This kind of meeting will take a lot of time. We're in the middle of budget. I would put a lot of emphasis on making it, a green park, because that I think is going to pay off a lot of goodwill and people seeing literally their taxpayers' money at work. If we do so much planning and input and stuff, it's going to be another year, like 530 being the case. If there's a focus on the administration on those two, just getting it up to speed more or less as they are, it would be great, I think, for the welfare, mental, otherwise of this community. So I support having a workshop. I would rather have it in a time where we can physically meet, and that puts you into August, because this visual is great, but it's not really that great. And have them hurry up and make it usable as a minimum without compromising any long-term plans.
If I understand you correctly, you think they should make it usable before we get input from our residents? Or can we, and I'm happy to just sort of host a virtual meeting that's independent of the staff and articulate that, and anybody can show up. I really don't want a formal process, but I want people to feel like they're engaged and involved in the park.
I'll attend.
Okay.
But I just want to open it up for people to use it.
And the reason I want to do it so quickly, I'm sorry, Allison, is because I don't want to slow up the process to get where you are articulating right now.
I see. Okay.
I think that it's a great idea. I somehow am managing to agree with both Katie and Councilmember Laredo completely at the same time, although I think they started saying some different things. It might be the hour of this meeting. But I think one of the issues, so Councilmember Laredo, I hear what you're saying about how thinly stretched staff is right now.
Yes.
And I think that, Katie, I think it's a wonderful suggestion if you would like to lead something to alleviate that burden. But I think there is some time sensitivity to this, because I'm not sure exactly what happened with the communication of this meeting, but very few people knew that it was happening. I didn't know. I just heard Councilmember Laredo say he didn't know. And I know a lot of people were like, whoa, what's happening? I heard about this in a chat. So I think there's a little bit of needing to step back a little bit and make people realize that no one was trying to race ahead in front of them, and that we do want to hear what they have to say. And while I absolutely agree with the need to move forward and make this a usable space, even if it isn't its long-term incarnation, at the same time, I do think that we owe our residents an opportunity to voice their desires, and probably sooner, because feathers got a little rough.
Well, and I think to the point that you're talking about, and this is where things get dangerous a little bit, is that people start, I guess, putting a little more weight, and sometimes in something that's happened that maybe it wasn't intended that way, and it was between two of our boards, and they were brought in to have a discussion, and then it didn't go to the wider community, and that's what we need to do. We need to go to the wider community.
But you're talking about the wider community. I understand, because I've been the guru of communication. But at a minimum, we should be blind copied as elected officials. Because Lord and behold, maybe I have an interest and I show up. To be in the middle of a council meeting, it creates the the atmosphere of conspiracy and the cliques, we keep doing that.
Except we were informed
no,
of this
I'm
meeting.
not blaming you. We just have to get in the habit of saying, you know, this is happening and we show up if we can, you know. Anyway, bottom line is I think you're doing a great thing. I will participate in July, but I think they should move forward as fast as they can as well with making it usable. And by that, I don't know exactly what it means. It looks green, it looks nice, and then they can actually step on it. And later we work out the details. But I mean, we don't have the time. You know, it's a demolition thing. People are like going, what the heck is that, until we put up a sign. I think they're anxious to see the nice new park. I think I support you with that caveat. Just don't, you know, let them move as fast as, and if you want to do it July 17th, I'm fine. I'll stay available whenever you
Well, can I make the suggestion? Does it sound like everyone is comfortable with the idea of me running a workshop on this so that we can minimize the impact on staff? And then somebody could just attend from your staff, Andrea, so they could hear it?
Sure.
I think just make sure it's obviously going to be noticed, but so that we can all participate, even
Of course.
with our residents hat.
I mean, we can set the date right now if you want, but I don't know if people are in the mood for that, frankly.
Do it.
Go ahead.
What dates are you considering?
Mike, you're out until the 14th. Is that accurate?
Really, yeah, and through that week.
So the 21st?
And how about Ignacio? He had some travel.
Yeah, I'm out the middle of July. Middle 2
And
weeks.
I also, I mean, I understand what you want to do, but I also feel like the residents aren't, well, I suppose in COVID, they'll probably all be here and it'll be virtual.
I also think it's time sensitive, just given the fact that people are like, they're worried. So they're engaged, they're listening.
Fine.
So pick a date, and those of us who can attend, fine. If not,
okay. How about July 8th? Who's out?
I'm out.
Well,
I agree with Luis. Just set it, and whoever can make it can make it.
Mike, do you want to be there?
We'll record it and make it available for folks.
Yeah,
to
you know
watch
what?
And, right.
And it's virtual, so
yes,
wherever you are, you can put in if.
Mike, are you okay with the 8th, or do you want me to change the date?
I'm gone. I'm not here, so you know.
Do you want me to change the date, or do you want to watch it?
Yeah, look, if it's time sensitive, if people are stressed, do it. You know, I'm
okay, so
you can watch it later.
My plan is July 8th at 6 o'clock. And
Wednesday, July.
Wednesday.
If you could circulate that, as long as there's no objection.
Do I have a consensus from council on that date?
Sure.
All right, July 8th, 6 o'clock. And I'll circulate an email, and also we'll put it out on the website, and we'll put out notice.
If I don't get a quick support on this, I'll drop it, because we already have it pretty. But somebody's already talking about it. Can we just sort of, and we didn't do such a great job here with naming the other park. Can we just name it Harbor Park? Is that possible? So that we can preclude any of the other stuff that delayed us on naming the other one in Wyandotte. Everybody refers to it as Harbor Park, including us.
I'll second that. I thought we had said we wanted to do it by location, right?
Yeah, I think Harbor Park. Let's formally, I'll make a motion to name it Harbor Park.
I'll second it.
Great.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
So
Todd,
for the next thing you
get
put
the
up,
sign printed. Get the
the
plaque
new sign,
made.
the new sign.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Make sure you call Councilmember Laredo when you're going to set that sign so he can be there to take a picture.
Okay.
Yes. A while to get.
So under our rules, you know, it's not on the agenda, but you guys obviously found it necessary to do it at this point to name the park. So I think it's fine.
Okay, next.
Next item, Mr. Mayor.
He left us. Beach Freshman, right?
Go ahead. I think we got beach something.
Next item is the beach maintenance. Councilmember McCormick.
So that's me. I put this on so that we could have a discussion to help the administration deal with this sargassum that we're being inundated with. This is not the first time we've had this problem. This is, another summer that we're dealing with the same thing. The beach is either really, really full of sargassum, or after it's integrated, it appears, what it looks like to me is that there is so much that it doesn't actually get integrated. And it's really looks like it's in rough shape and not a pleasant place to be. When I put this on, we didn't have the added problem that we have now, the governor having vetoed our $200,000 sargassum line item out of the state budget. So that puts things in kind of an even more dire situation, I think. So we need to really address this and decide how we're going to deal with it. And I'm sorry to say, but I think it's going to take money. But we need to be able to use our beach, and right now it's just not usable.
I agree. I mean, manager, you want to speak to it?
Sure. So yeah, I mean, a couple things I think were at play when COVID hit. We did pull back on the maintenance, in part because people weren't using the beach and there wasn't a need to do the 7 days a week. So we had reduced the service probably through about April. And then we picked back up the service. Right now we are at full service. We are hauling the seaweed. I've shared with some of you pictures of, I can see from my place, I can see football size, beds of the sargassum coming into our shores. So it is definitely a problem that my iPad is talking to me. It's a problem that we need to recognize is happening not just to us, but along the entire coast. So it is a phenomenon of nature that we need to address. I have Jake here who can speak to the details of what's going on right now. I do want to just frame the issue moving forward. One of the things on the 28th, when we have the budget meeting, we do present in the Public Works budget the current level of service, which includes 3 anticipated hauls in the year. But given the frequency of the hauling and the amount of seaweed, we present 2 alternatives that are currently unfunded, which includes Mayor Davies' idea that we've been trying to work with the city of Miami to be able to haul the seaweed to Virginia Key, where it can rest and it reduces in volume. It reduces our cost to be able to remove the seaweed. And then if we were to haul to our current permitted location with our current vendor, we also include that solution. And to give folks a sense of scale, we say the beach is unusable. It's unusable. I guess it's all, a matter of the standard, but from a cost perspective, if we wanted to haul to where we currently haul, you're looking at about $1 million a year in additional cost to haul the volume of seaweed we're projecting. And if we can strike a deal with the city of Miami at Virginia Key, and ideally even enhance our reuse and recycle composting the seaweed, and there's some technologies that we're looking at there with the city of Miami, that cost still would be about $750 or $800 on top of what we proposed. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jake to talk about the current operation.
Yes, so we are operating 7 days a week, and I get a lot of calls actually asking if we are doing any work or not, because the moment we clear the beach, literally in 15 minutes, seaweed comes and sits in the sand and looks like we have done nothing. This year so far, even though we took a break on good part of March and early part of April, out of $260,000 that I have for hauling, this week we approached about $200,000 in spending. So I foresee that the next couple of weeks we're gonna be hauling away. The way it goes, I'm gonna be running out of money. So we are hauling away, but it just keeps coming. It's on a record-breaking year, so it is what it is. And with the mayor's leadership, we've been talking with City of Miami. Dr. Samimi and we have a meeting with Durham. There were some roadblocks that we experienced with the Durham as far as qualifying the seaweed as a vegetative material for existing permit that the Virginia Key has. But Chad's office helped us, and we'll see what happens next week when we meet with Durham. But we are confident that we will convince them that this is a vegetative debris and we can take it out to Virginia Key. Now, once that's done, and as the manager alluded, my public works budget line item is spelled out exactly how much it's going to cost for the next year if you take it to Virginia Key and let it sit there and dry, and then we take it to final destination. And in the event that there's another option that if there's a facility that's built up and we take it to Virginia Key and just leave it there, again, the cost goes down considerably, but we'll find out. Dr. Sumi and I and Mayor are working very hard on it, and hopefully we'll answer before the fiscal year starts.
Jake, I have a question. So you're talking about hauling, and I know that when we did all the water testing, one of the issues was the burying of the sargassum and seaweed. Are we still burying anything?
We were burying when it's manageable. It's not the, you know, we don't have. It depends on every day we have to make a call, right? So if it's very little, and then if you get a break for a couple of weeks, and if it's 2 bad days in a row, we can bury it and it'll be no problem, right? Because there's enough real estate to absorb the seaweed to decompose. But if it's keeps coming, then we run out of space. It turns out to be black, and it's just becomes unpleasant. So to answer your question, yes, we do bury it if we can do it, if it's manageable amount, and it's not.
Yeah, because my concern is that if we did the water quality testing and we found out that burying is an issue, I don't know if it said how much was being buried, if it's a lot, if it's a little. It just seemed that the buried sargassum is contributing to bad water quality. When do we need? I mean, we need to sit down and really look at what we're doing and know if that needs to be changed or updated in the practice and what the cost would be. And I know that you guys kind of have done that, saying, hey, we could do 4 trucks loads, but other than that, we're going to bury. But I don't know if that's the right practice that we should be looking at. I think we should, you know, if our water quality is really important, I think we really need to say that you know, what can we bury and what we really can't, or we just ban all burying and try to figure something else out as fast as possible and see what those cost implications would be.
Right, and I mean it's a great point. Unfortunately, we're not there yet. But with Dr. Sumi's help and we'll get there in short order. And also, the problem is there's another dimension to this problem is this taking away the sand. Based on Beach Rakers' estimate, every time they break the beach, or each bucket they're going to have 15-20% sand. Now imagine we give them a contract year-round hauling, and they put 2 laborers out there, just want to get out of there. They're going to just, you know, blaze through this beach. This number may go up to 30% sand loss. So it's kind of, we're going to have to, you know, do some trial and error and see exactly where does it put us, and you know, fine tune the process.
Yeah, I think if we had like that plan put together, what are we going to do? What's our end game here? Is this a 6-month? We should be able to figure this out. Is it going to take us 3 months, 2 years? But I think we should have something that's saying that this is our process and this is where we're going. I think that would be very helpful for all of us.
And setting those standards.
Yes, I'm hoping we'll have these questions answered by the budget hearing in September, so that you guys can make a decision.
Okay. Councilmember Petros?
Wondering if we need to do a shift here. And I have heard the argument that getting rid of this sargassum doesn't help our beaches, that it's a healthier thing to allow it to stay there to dry, not to reintegrate. I think that is a problem, like Brett said. I think that we've spent money doing testing that determined that that's a bad idea. And if we're spending large amounts of money and literally a half hour later, a whole big new wave comes up, we may need to think about this differently. And it's the 3rd year in a row, and it seems to continue to get worse. And we're spending a lot of money with very little positive impact. And I personally would be in favor of having a little bit of an attitude shift and trying something totally different, which means maybe just leaving it alone and seeing if it reintegrates in any way. And because it also goes back out is my understanding. So it comes in and then it can actually go back out. I saw the idea of the nets out in the water, which I also find interesting, but I think the system we have in place right now is flawed. And I think we need to stop just trying to go further down that path.
So I'd like to, I think Jake is right. By the September hearing, we've re-engaged with Waterkeeper. UN needs to wrap up their work. We've onboarded Dr. Samimi. So I think we'll bring you a wider range of solutions. But perhaps at this point, Roland, do you want to provide any feedback or insight from the few months you've been here with us on this issue?
Yeah, I mean, my tendency is to agree with Councilmember Petros. I mean, naturally, beaches have seen seagrass and seaweed accumulations, and a portion of it gets brought back out to sea, a portion of it dries up, a portion of it decomposes, a portion of it gets blown up into the dunes and serves as fertilizer for the dune grass. A portion of it gets integrated into the sand and serves as a vegetative matrix to hold the beach together. The challenge that we are facing right now is that the amounts of seagrass and seaweed that are accumulating on the beach are unnatural in the sense that we're part of the problem and the reason why there's so much seagrass on a global scale or seaweed on a global scale ending up on our beaches. So the beaches, that natural cycle, that natural process is sort of perturbed. And so then the question becomes, well, how do you manage it in a most agreeable manner and in a most financially affordable manner? And so I think, it's going to be some sort of combination between, hauling, integrating some to the extent that it's possible without causing this other extra problem of, incubating bacteria. And then at the same time, not wanting to take an inordinate amount of sand off the beach when you haul and then end up causing a problem relative to beach erosion, and then having issues with beach nourishment and stuff like that. What's the balance? I couldn't tell you at this point, but I think that that hauling is going to be part of the equation, and to the extent that we can lower the costs for that element of the approach, then I think it's a positive thing. I've spoken with folks in the city of Fort Lauderdale who started a seaweed composting program up there that has been successfully running for 13 years now. And to the extent that we can access the site at Virginia Key, it's a sustainable way to manage some volume, some fraction of the seaweed problem that we're facing. Is it the ultimate solution? I don't think it's the ultimate solution, but it's at least part of the solution and makes it a little bit more affordable in that regard. But there's no doubt that it's a very challenging problem. And it's gonna, some people have been approaching me and Jake in terms of trying to deploy innovative technology, such as is being done in other Caribbean countries and Mexico on a small scale, where you establish barriers to keep the weed and the grasses off the beach, and somehow either have them redirected elsewhere or then captured. And I'm all for thinking out of the box, but all experiences are that you try and get something like that permitted through FDEP and through DERM and through national the wildlife agencies, and most likely it's going to be like, there's no way in God's green earth we're going to let you do that. So that alternative sort of being off the table, what are you left with? Hauling, burying.
Have you engaged with the state park at all? Because they don't take any seaweed away.
Yeah, no, the state, I agree. I agree exactly with what you're saying. The state park is taking this approach, which is look, let nature do what nature does. Let it be, let it accumulate. That's just the way it is, and so be it. I think that if we took that approach, the residents would be just out of their minds upset. You know, out of their minds
Park
upset.
has so much more beach.
Well, it's also
But maybe because of this too.
your geography.
No, if you went to the state park after Irma, you could have visited all the sand we just paid to have put on the beach right before that storm. That the beach grew so much right then.
Yeah, and
So,
to your point, Council Member McCormick, that's partly the reason why, from a shoreline protection point of view, we're even entertaining submerged breakwaters, and mainly to try and diminish the amount of energy that is ending up on the Key Biscayne stretch of beach that is sort of like a focal point for wave energy and for erosion. And which way does it go? It goes north up to Crandon, and it goes south down to build bags. And I'm not, you know, I'm all for heavy lifting. That's going to be a heavy lift to do something like that. But I think that it could actually help. And to the extent that it reduces the amount of erosion, possibly reduce the amount of surge effect in major storm events, and potentially, I'm not making any promises, but potentially have some sort of effect on weed deposition to the beach, then it may be, you know, maybe a very valuable tool in our toolbox.
Katie, I think I just wanted to say something. I think Katie brought up a good point. If we have a huge amount of seaweed coming in and we start hauling it, all it does is just keep pushing the next, whatever's behind it, keeps pushing it in. We end up having to haul all of it. It might be a strategy to not haul it and allow the stuff behind it to move away first, and then we can haul out a lot less and there's nothing behind it. So I think that's one thing. I think the other thing is that there are expectations of the people who live here. The beach is a critical element of why people move and want to live in this community. It's a huge element that we need to maintain, and at the expectations that we're looking at. And I think that is also important. And I think third is communications. I think we as a village really need to do well on the communication side, because if we know that the beaches are going to be unusable, we need to let the people know, hey guys, the next 3 days, you know, we have to leave it like this because we need it to pass before we pull it out. So you need to either avoid the beach for the next 3 days, and then it'll open back up. Whatever we need to do so that people aren't, you know, blowing up and upset because they wanted to go on Saturday and it looks like that, but we know that we're doing that for a reason. So I think there's a couple of things that we need to look at, but that might be a strategy. I don't know if that's correct.
That's one thing that, Vice Mayor Moss, that's actually something that Todd and I have been working on, is to try to do like a real-time beach cam where folks can see not only the weather conditions, but you can see where the seaweed is coming in, and then we can it'll be like a real time, you know, here are your beach conditions, perfect. Here's what you can expect over the next few days. And once we have that information, we'll definitely be able to get the word out. But right now, we need the input of the information. So that's
to complement what the manager is saying. We also supported a proposal that was submitted by some researchers at Rosenstiel to the Southeast Coastal Ocean Observing Regional Agency. And that proposal was specifically to better model the drift of macroalgae in this portion of the coastal ocean, such that you could predict a little bit better and further in advance when you might anticipate large quantities of seaweed ending up in your stretch of beach. Are they going to get funded? Maybe, maybe not. If they do get funded, this will just be an extra tool that we have to try and make better management decisions and better inform people of what's going on. Is it going to be happening in the most immediate future? You know, it might be a little while, but something's happening.
Councilmember McCormick, then Councilmember Segarola.
Ignacio was before me.
Oh, sorry, Councilmember Segarola, then Councilmember McCormick.
Just want to say I do appreciate all this thinking outside the box, but I do want to let you know, as someone who has a view of the beach on a daily basis, when the seaweed started a couple of years ago, there was no holding it back. I don't care how many days you waited, it just got worse and worse and worse. And it got to the point where not only was the beach unusable, but you couldn't get anywhere near it because of the stink. So, I mean, I'm open to analyzing anything, but unfortunately, the only solution I see is hauling away, unless you're just willing to negate the beach for the summer months. Yeah. That's it.
Just get rid of the beach. It's easy. Motion moved, seconded. Councilmember McCormick, you're up.
I thought that was like a motion to end the meeting, and I didn't get to say my last thought. This is probably not the first time anyone's thought of it, or if it is, maybe it's because it's not an actually viable idea. But is there any way to work with the vendor or to try to get the vendor to optimize the times of day when they're doing hauling, that we're not doing it at a time when the tide is coming in, so that the minute we haul away, we instantly refill the beach, but rather maybe as the seaweed is receding to pull up at that point what's left?
It's something we'll look at more critically if we haven't already.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Can we go to the next item?
I think that's it.
No,
Councilmember
the bike
Segurola
lane.
had an item.
Just a couple of weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago, if you recall, we voted on funding the painting of the bike lanes with $200,000. The county was going to pay $100,000. Since then, I've gotten a whole lot of feedback from residents. I've analyzed the situation a little bit more. I don't know how other people feel about this, but I would ask the council to reconsider that decision. I myself voted for it. I think I made the wrong decision. I would vote against it now for several reasons. The reason I voted yes was I thought it was pretty much a foregone conclusion. The funding was already in place, and other councils had pretty much decided it was a done deal. I also thought of it from a safety perspective. In reanalyzing the situation, I realized it was not a foregone conclusion. Other councils had not okayed it. And the safety aspects are dubious. And in addition, we are paying to improve a road that does not belong to us. We have a severe cash crunch this year. And in the end, it's just, I also received word that in past years, it was the county had sort of hinted, never committed, but hinted that they would pay to do the whole thing if that's what they wanted. So basically, what I'm asking for is a reconsideration of the vote that we had recently in paying $200,000 to paint the bike lanes green.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
I'll second it.
Are we supposed to be taking action on items that have just been brought up?
And can I think
let Chad weigh in. I'm curious on a couple of fronts, but Chad, you start off.
So the bike lanes was approved at the last meeting or a meeting before? Was it by resolution?
No. Well, yeah, it must have been a resolution, right?
Can Pete confirm? Or I guess I can pull up the agenda. Just want to make
Chad,
sure.
I think it was accept the state agreement. Authorize the manager to accept state grant
agreement.
Okay.
That was a resolution, right?
Yeah.
So if it's the will of the council, why don't we just bring it back, that resolution onto the next meeting on the 28th, and you guys can up and down it.
Well, there's a motion now, or I don't know, but I
don't.
You don't take action on something that's just added to the agenda.
Yeah, unless it's a time sensitive or urgent matter.
Let me then just share with you. I know that you know my my feelings on this. They've gotten more intense in the last few months. As I look at this budget process that we all have to go through, painful cuts that I hope we can do. My first test is it urgent? Is it necessary? My second test, does it benefit the Key Biscayne residents? I don't believe they do. We can talk all we want, but it's pelotons that come in from outside in pursuit of their sport. We don't have environmentally friendly people going to work on Brickell on bikes. Furthermore, unfortunately, the closing down of an institution, a true institution in Key Biscayne, the Oasis, that serves like the center of their turnaround. They have their Cuban coffee and turnaround has now been closed. And this will now guarantee or intensify what I feared all along, that they will continue down Harbor. I predict that they will stop at the very complicated intersection at Starbucks and may proceed to have their coffee in our Village Green. And lo and behold, as they go up there and turn around and come down Harbor and or our new Harbor Park, I think it's not in benefit of our citizens. It's a tangible way that we can demonstrate to the people of Key Biscayne that we're serious about cutting costs in this year. This is almost a no-brainer, and it will send a very positive message to our residents that we're doing all we can. And it fails on all of that. And on top of that, if you notice, and I have been sometimes looking at renderings, we have all these committees and all this work we're doing on beautification. This will be one of the ugliest things that you can have in our main thoroughfare in terms of the way the renderings have been doing. So to me, it's a compelling argument before today. I think it's even more serious because of what I just mentioned. And second of all, the financial crisis for us has gotten worse. And this is neither urgent nor necessary, nor needs to be immediately addressed.
Councilmember
I would hope that you would reconsider.
We have a fundamental disagreement on the Pelotons. I've never once seen them stay in the green lane, so I don't think it's an invite. But I do agree with you that the closing of Oasis is certainly going to change we could call it the migratory patterns of the Pelotons. And I think that will happen with or without the green bike lane. But I think it's, in light of our budget discussions, it's probably prudent to bring this back, to have it for me, it would be a budgetary discussion, not an issue of, I don't think it's an invitation for Pelotons in the green lane, but
we can't vote on this, right? We got to vote on this.
But I would be willing to have that discussion. So if there is a consensus as to whether or not to bring it back, I would be a yes.
Well, I don't think we need consensus. The Councilmember Segurola has asked to bring it back. I think it has to be brought back, correct, Chad?
No, I don't think so. I think it has to be voted.
No, it's so this item, I believe, was approved by the council on May 5th.
Okay.
So if I think we would need to bring back you can't do a motion to reconsider. Too many meetings have passed. Okay. So we would have to bring back a resolution instead of accepting the grant, but rejecting the grant. And if it's the will of the council, we can bring this back on the next meeting on the 28th.
We got to take a vote for the will of the council, right?
Can we ask the manager where the rest of the project is and how that affects her office and her staff and what they've done or what they have planned to do between now and our next meeting?
Yeah, sure. So we did get some quotes early on to do the design out through a third party, and we decided to challenge Jake to do the engineering design in-house. And so he did the engineering design. So we thank him for that. So at this point, we accepted the grant agreement. So but there hasn't been any other out-of-pocket costs. It's just been staff time. The next step would be to go to bid for construction, which is
Councilmember Petros, then Vice Mayor.
Allison, you and I have been on agreement on a lot of issues tonight. You mentioned most of the things I believe. I do not think the other thing that Pelotons do is they stop at the 7-Eleven. So my guess is most of them are going to be at the 7-Eleven, and their natural route is down Harbor and then probably down Island. Then they leave on Crandon. I do believe the green bike lanes would be a benefit to our residents. I don't think it's an invitation for bike Pelotons to go down Crandon. There's too many intersections. They don't like that. However, going through your process, Luis, on is it urgent? No. Is it necessary? No. And given the budget concerns, I also agree that I'd be happy to bring it back.
Vice Mayor?
I think there's a motion on the table if we're going to bring this back or not. So let's just vote this.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine.
All right, call the question.
All right, considering it's a new item, I'm going to do a roll call. Councilmember Petros, to bring it back.
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola?
Yes.
Mayor Davey?
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo?
Yes.
Councilmember London?
No.
Councilmember McCormick?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Moss?
No.
I want to reconsider.
Motion carries.
So
That's fine. And Andrea, can you just confirm whether you signed the agreement or not? I checked here. I don't know if you actually signed it. So as a follow-up, thank you.
all right, motion to adjourn. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
Good night.